Medium.
All right. Happy to see you here. Thanks for coming. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Alexander Etkin. I'm the director of this hub for policy, which we established about a year, now more than a year ago, with the general support of the Open Society Foundation. And we are running all kinds of activities, seminars, and classes, and workshops. We are in the process of preparing 3 edited volumes for the CU Press. And this will be our full major publication, the proceedings of this work. Climate disinformation. So we're talking, there could be no better moment for this particular topic, I guess, in global history. The moment is so bad for other endeavors, but for this one, it's sort of perfect. We're talking essentially about the combination and also continuities and contrast between deception and violence in respect to climate. Disclosures that war is a continuation of politics by other means. And as you know, also Foucault said that politics is a continuation of war by other means. I'm setting this to say that disinformation and war are in similar relations. War is a continuation of disinformation, deception by other means. Contemporary wars, there are of course many ways to understand them, but following Jeff Colgan from Brown University, who recently gave a talk here, I understand the contemporary wars as acts of petro-aggression. These are wars waged by petro-states, financed by petro-states, etc. And most of the wars of our century a similar nature. So in a similar way, like petro-aggression, but it's like it applies to shooting war, to hot war. Disinformation is a kind of very cold, or I would say cool sort of violence. We probably could say combining different kinds of climate and oil and carbon and emissions related disinformation. I would suggest an umbrella term of carbon disinformation to embrace all that. Like petro-aggression, on the other hand, that's on the side of war, violence, and on the side of deception, carbon disinformation. It just, it's a small difference, but it's broader than climate disinformation because it also applies to all kinds of manipulation of numbers and facts and principles about fossil fuels and emissions and pollution and climate. So these are all different aspects of our contemporary crisis, which some people call polycrisis nowadays, but I still prefer the Anthropocene, but it's a kind of deep historical concept. It started in the Industrial Revolution. So I prefer to talk about the late Anthropocene. We are living now in the late Anthropocene. It is definitely a turning point for the mankind. We should not underestimate the scale of these events that we are watching in amazement. There are so many dimensions of it. This is why people call it polycrisis. But it does not mean that these dimensions or aspects are unrelated. In my view, they actually are all consequences, collateral effects of climate crisis. And the technological change that should and is going on in response to climate. Bruno Latour, whom I follow in my general understanding of the events, in his late works, his very last article was about the war in Ukraine. From the general to the particular. Latour in his late work talked, he of course he talked about crisis, but I think his preferred concept was convulsions, something like convulsions of the old order. And I take this concept of convulsions very seriously and recommend it to you. What's the difference between convulsions and crisis? Crisis is a singular thing. It's like one-time event. Crisis could come and go. Hopefully it will go. While convulsions repeat. Convulsions are repetitive. That's the core of this metaphor. Convulsions of different of different medical nature. Convulsions both defend the body from the worst, from death, but also bring this outcome closer, because convulsions have their own collateral effect, harmful or deadly. Convulsions of the old political order is a good metaphor, I think, but we should go deeper than that. The way to understand climate disinformation, I was thinking about like disinformation, of course, historically comes from the old idea of deception, political lie. The people who were waging a war, they lied about their outcome, trying to present a failure as a victory, things like that, by lying about the past. This is as old as politics, it's as war itself, lying about the past and also about the present, I guess. But climate disinformation is, I think, about fear of the future. This is a novel term. It's not about lying about the past, it's about fear of the future. This is the context for climate disinformation. Recognizing climate realities as they are, like not lying about climate, and drawing proper conclusions from these truths, means transferring trillions of dollars, many trillions of dollars, from one type of economic subjects to another. Non-recognizing these realities is much, much cheaper by an order of magnitude, probably by several orders of magnitude. It's just cheaper, easier, and keeps business running as usual. This is why serious people and institutions who usually know how to count their money are always eager to spend on climate disinformation. who are the main agents of this information? I'm sure that we will be talking about this a lot. We have many examples of private actors who spread this information purposefully. The Koch brothers, of course, come to mind immediately, but there are thousands of this kind of private actors. However, I want to draw your attention from the private to the public, from individual capitalists to the states. In our world, the state-owned companies pollute much more than privately owned companies. The state-owned companies from Aramco to Gazprom dominate the recently published list of the biggest emitters of CO2. Contributions of the private companies, such as Shell or ExxonMobil, are much smaller than contributions of state-owned companies such as Aramco or in any country, the state apparatus has a better, more powerful, and more coherent access to public information than the private actors, which are multiple, while the state apparatus is singular. Is it an authoritarian country or democratic country? Is it capitalism or totalitarianism? The executive power has a better access to public information than any private actor. This is why the states, especially the petrostates, who have a vital interest in spreading information or disinformation about climate and carbon issues. This is why the states, especially the petrostates, produce disinformation along with emissions in record numbers. They pollute our physical space and our public space together. This is, in fact, a sad idea, particularly for those who politically lean to the left, because it means that nationalization of oil and other carbon assets would not save us, because it has already happened. Now, this is an important context for any research on climate disinformation. I wish you full success in your work today and in the future work on the volume that will come out of it. And I hope to see you again in the future, which is still open. Welcome.
Yeah.
See you later.
Oh,
And then I'll bring you the keyboard.
oh, okay. Yeah. It's this one.
Oh, yeah, that is.
Yeah.
I Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Dani Marin Morales, and I'll be chairing this first panel this morning. that's going to take us all the way to our first coffee break at 11. The first panel this morning has 3 presenters, and we'll be focusing on the idea of climate change skepticism. The way we are going to do this is we are going to give each one of our 3 speakers. It will go first, then Anton, and then Tawab will come third. Each of them will have about 25 to 30 minutes to present their work. And then after that, hopefully we can get a lengthy discussion with questions from those of you in the room or those of you online. I'm told that if you are joining us online, you can unmute yourself and ask questions, or you can use the chat to ask questions as well. And the main idea of this workshop here in Vienna is to work and get feedback on these works in progress that the presenters will be showing or sharing with us today. The ultimate goal of this workshop is to lead to a publication sometime in the coming months. So it is important for all of us, I guess, to gather some feedback that can help our presenters improve their work. So with that said, I will get started with the first presenter, who will be Professor Steve Hutchings from the University of Manchester. I will not read the bios, if that's okay with all of you. There's copies of the bios, and all of our speakers are extremely accomplished. I think that's the best summary, rather than reading to you what exactly their accomplishments are. Steve, I will let you speak for up to 30 minutes. I'll be sitting over there, and I'll show you a sign when you are 5 minutes short. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pablo. Yeah, that's nice to see you all. So, yeah, as we've heard from Sasha, the threat anthropogenic climate change poses makes climate denialism a particularly pernicious form of disinformation. That's why we're all here. But opposition to climate consensus is diverse, ranging from climate hoax conspiracism through mere denialism to greenwashing to more nuanced challenge to reasoned, if highly questionable, critiques of mitigation measures. Now, to badge the entire spectrum, climate denialism, or even skepticism, overlooks the multiple connections between science and politics, from its norms to its objects of study, through its uses, to its language, to its societal status. Which isn't to say that science doesn't carry huge authority, of course it does, but its politics are and always have been contested, pluralistic and mutating. And in recognizing this, I want just to explore what we might gain from treating climate change as a single discursive domain, which moving. Oh, there we are. Which can be briefly defined as a situational textual context in which meanings and or identities are constructed, negotiated, and contested. This, I want to argue, can help avoid the over-reductive pitting of legitimate science and mainstream knowledge against a homogenized, illicit realm of climate denialism and disinformation, whilst, of course, not overlooking the distortive, discursive strategies of those populating it. And in outlining those strategies, I describe a dynamic of discursive domain characterized by various forms of mirroring and dialogical reversals. So linked to this dynamic, I identify subdynamics of self and other, projection of the perceived traits of the climate denialist onto climate advocates as other, and vice versa, global and local, climate change as both a global universal challenge and a tool of localized political interests, and media time space, narratives deemed denialist migrate from the peripheries to mainstream media spaces. Equally, knowledge rejected by denialists is slowly accommodated over time. Now, the examples I'm going to use are drawn from 29 English, French, German, and Spanish websites and 8 think tanks listed by the respected Counter-Disinformation Unit, EU Disinfo Lab, which describes them as disinformative websites and climate denialists. And that's the list there. You probably can't read there, but my examples are all taken from those actors. But before we get to that, let's first try and list 8 key features of what I'm calling the climate change discursive domain. First of all, there are disputes over the nature of the central problem, from the fact of global warming to proof of its cause, to the precise rate and future impact of temperature rises, to identifying who the primary culprits with the heaviest duty to act are, to the efficacy or otherwise of various mitigations, to the implications it all carries for our economic model. All these issues, which have both superseded and sometimes coincided with one another, have been sharply contested. Secondly, the debates play out in shifts in the nomenclature as we dispute the appropriacy of terms like global warming, global heating, climate change, climate crisis, ecosystem collapse, or the controversial notion of Anthropocene, which Sasha's mentioned and which personally I'm very sympathetic to, each coming with its own political, tactical, and rhetorical rationale. Thirdly, these shifts, terminological, partly reflect the incrementalism inherent to climate science, with its focus on ranges, rates, spectrums of effects, efficacy percentages for mitigations. That, in turn, fourthly, is connected to climate science's highly interpretive methods, which apply abstract computer models to data whose complex significance often eludes ordinary citizens. And fifthly, corollary to this is, and again, Sasha mentioned this at the beginning, is the domain's future-oriented temporality, with its long projections forward and its concomitant divide between pessimists and optimists, who interestingly feature on both sides of the divide. Sixthly, because climate change is so far-reaching, its discourses inevitably intersect with multiple different belief systems. So you have degrowth ecologists and leftist redistributionists seek ammunition in projections of one kind. Liberal market worshippers seek confirmation of their own dogmas in other projections. And there are other axes that pit liberal internationalists seeking coordinated responses against populist isolationists branding net zero as woke, and the West against global southerners who blame the crisis on colonial legacies. Seventh, these belief systems draw equally on reason and emotion. Climatologists contrast rational science with emotive, irrational climate conspiracies. Yet climate skeptics hail their own mistrust of consensus as epitomizing the value of rational critique, mocking the emotive hysteria of their opponents. No accident that I featured Greta Thunberg on her slide. She comes in for a lot of very undeserved criticism. And lastly, climatology reflects a universalism based on scientific consensus advanced via consistently applicable principles and echoing the universality of global warming itself. And this contrasts with the parochial localism of anti-net zero petrostates and the virtuous parochialism of the global south in climate change's front line. Paradoxically, and I'll return to this at the end, the epistemology of rational universalism also underpins the hubris driving global warming. Turning now to how these features inform what I will call for shorthand climate skepticism, because we need something to refer to. The actors I looked at are all acutely attuned to the shifting global warming consensus. And this leaves them with 3 options. Number one, to adapt the classic populist rejection of scientific knowledge as an elite conspiracy. Secondly, to evolve dynamically in relation to scientific change. And thirdly, to downplay the latest science until that no longer becomes viable. And overwhelmingly, the material I examined embraces strategies 2 and 3, mostly 2 in fact, and they often co-occur with one another. So the tendency is well represented by the UK's Institute for Economic Affairs. In the early 2000s, it regularly published material that would now qualify as clear climate denialism, but which was then just about within the parameters of legitimate debate. By 2024, last year, it was featuring articles that, whilst accepting the new scientific consensus, chose to question the accompanying political consensus around net zero. And quite an interesting example of that is a recent article critiquing net zero, not for exaggerating climate change threat, but understating it, and also not recognizing the disruptive adjustments this critical situation requires. Now, they did it for their own ideological reasons, of course, but nonetheless, the strategy has changed. A more straightforward culprit of outright ahistoricism is the Global Warming Policy Foundation, which paused its commitment to publish IPCC assessment reports in 2021, since inconveniently, since then, the IPCC estimates have become ever more pessimistic. But the climate change discursive arena does span into politics, where distortion, deception are practiced and alleged routinely, and where publishing with a time lag is often attributable to inefficiency or overtly stated polemical purpose, rather than necessarily egregious breaches of professional standards. So what's more, what counts as inaccurate in the constantly evolving arena of climate science is subject to revision. And for those two reasons, it can be problematic to characterize even some thoroughly questionable omissions as denialism. The status of climate change discourse as a unified domain at the intersection of science and politics explains why skeptics mirror the discursive logics and argumentation strategies of their adversaries. They too privilege the value of emotion-free skeptical judgment, a central pillar of the post-Enlightenment thought from which modern science emerged. So there's a group called Climate Resistance, which states as its first principle, quote, "There is good scientific evidence that human activities influence the climate, but evidence is not fact, and neither evidence nor fact speak for themselves," end of quote. Another group calling themselves Environmental Progress also adopts in its mission statement the language of science and open inquiry, claiming, quote, "We arrived at our positions through analytical, archival, and field research. We are committed to solving problems, regardless of ideology," close quote. So this presentation of science as beyond ideology complements the strategy of adopting positions aligned with democratic pluralism and transparency, and with the liberal orientation to compromise and moderation, demonstrating how, when they invoke science while renouncing politics, the discourse of both climate advocates and skeptics can somehow end up conflating the two. A French group called La Question Climatique condemns opponents for their catastrophic declarations, always in the future, always ever more calamitous. But they do so not via populist accusations of dry elitism, but by appealing for such certitudes to be submitted to an examen sévère et rigoureux, a severe and rigorous examination. Climate Depot, yet another of these groups, invokes the principles of balance, neutrality, trust, stating that it, quote, "provides facts that allow people to make their own informed choices, and that it targets those seeking a balanced perspective that corrects the record on global warming." So this mirroring of climate advocacy principles serves several purposes. It helps authenticate the skeptic positions as respectable and mainstream, although it's worth pointing out that this authenticating strategy can also facilitate revoicing of grassroots environmental activism from conventional pro-growth positions. This is the case with a group called Environmental Progress, which posits nature, peace, and prosperity for all as its guiding aim. aligning with Save the Whales, Mothers Against Drugs, and other kind of grassroots activist coalitions, whilst at the same time asserting the need for affordable energy and economic growth. Elsewhere, the mirroring process involves overtly dialogical gestures. There's a French site called Climat et Vérité, and the site is structured to rebut every component of the climate consensus. So there are tabs on energy types, extreme events, ocean acidification, the coral reefs, sea levels, flooding, and even one on climate disinformation. Sometimes the strategy involves a form of what I can only describe as sort of discursive reverse engineering. Several of these websites invert mainstream narratives depicting denialism as fanatical single-issue obsession. Climat et Vérité extends its reach beyond global warming to multiple other environmental issues, including biodiversity and pollution. Others contrast what they depict as the doctrinaire espousal of a uniform pro-net zero ideology with their own healthy pluralism. Environmental Progress claims, quote, "We seek to debate our opponents, not discredit them." So it's playing two tenets of liberal democracy off against one another, contrasting the monologic hegemony of the climate science is settled mantra that brooks no dissent because it's grounded in a rationally proven consensus with its own open-ended pluralism. And it's worth going back all the way back to, Hannah Arendt, whose maxim that truth and politics do not mix. And the reason they don't mix is because proponents of democratic politics often object to the authoritarian imposition of unassailable truths closed to challenge. It's worth going back and reading that essay of 1967. In its most pronounced form, climate skeptics' embrace of the open-minded pluralism manifests itself in the depiction of opponents as fanatical fantasists, hence their litany of insults: climate hysteric, climate alarmist, eco-zealot, eco-warrior, net zero ideologue, which of course mirrors those applied to them: climate denialist, climate disinformation spreader, global warming conspiracist, and you can carry on each list to your own pleasure. Less antagonistic is the reprojection of accusations that climate denialists are irrational obscurantists. So climate resistance portrays the rigid certainties of climate science as akin to the folk mythology of Gaia, the earth goddess, a reference, of course, to Lovelock's Gaia hypothesis, which informs theories of, or some theories of, the Anthropocene. Yeah, so sorry, that's I should have come up before. The outward projection of perceived climate denialist flaws is a function of the hyper-dialogized discursive domain on which global warming positions play out. It points to a subfeature. It points to a subfeature of the larger climate change dynamic, that of a sort of identity strategy in which rival parties construct selfhoods based on an acute awareness of how they're represented by the other. So the Institute for Economic Affairs integrates into its neoliberal rhetoric lexicon that it borrows from net zero advocates. You saw that in the article I quoted, but also projects back onto the green movement the ideological zealotry of which it itself is accused. So it features multiple reports about environmentalist propensity for judicial activism and eco-militancy. And to cut a story short, what we observe is a kind of hall of mirrors in which identities become entangled and lose some of their defining features. Environmental Progress attributes anti-conservation effects to ecological measures designed to promote nature conservation, and La Question Climatique dialogizes conventional images of the climate denier as fact-denying obsessive, transposing them onto climate science advocates, foregrounding the credentials of its members. It's well, you can read its mission statement, or rather King's Song, Who We Are. A group of scientists persons qualified in their domain, and then it goes on, you probably can't read that at the bottom, to affirm the supremacy of facts over faith, regardless of professional title. But portraying the entanglement purely as disinformation signals the same othering strategy as that practiced by denialists. The corollary to this othering is to badge as cunning deception moderate articulations of climate skepticism practiced by the likes of the IEA and the Austrian Economic Center, which I believe is here in Vienna. So the EU Disinfo Lab chooses to group them all under this single homogenizing umbrella with real lunatic fringe outlets like Piers Corbyn's Weather Action, which really is in the realm of kind of fantasy. Another way of expressing this entanglement of selfing and othering strategies is to conceive climate change as a kind of Laclau empty signifier, which competing actors appropriate for their own hegemonizing constructions, whether it's the liberal order or the anti-woke coalition, universalizing the particularity of the meaning each group attaches to them. So in calling for climate action, environmentalists claim to speak for humanity threatened by the disinformation of a climate-denying fringe, just as in dismissing it as liberal wokery, skeptics identify an isolated elite indifferent to ordinary people oppressed by net zero. And squaring the particular with the universal plays out, of course, as a local global dynamic in which the self strives to persuade immediate audiences of its global authority while transferring the localizing quality to distance othered opponents. In advocating international action, Western climate activists highlight impending global disaster, but hail renewable energy's local benefits. Global South actors assign the primary cause to hypocritical rich nations positioning themselves at the core or as the key to the worldwide solution. So skeptics configure the particular universal relationship a bit differently, condemning local damage to Western economies caused by reckless net zero policies. So the IEA, yes, them again, transposes denialism charges back onto climate activists, calling on them to recognize the real trade-offs required in the universal climate challenges, if the universal climate challenges are to be met. Alternatively, global warming's projected impacts are supplanted by faith in the universal power of futuristic technology, as in a French think tank called the Molinari Economic Institute, in an article in which it hails le progrès technique, technical progress, as an espoir formidable, as a fantastic hope. Again, if you want the quote in more detail, if you read French, I put it there. Relatedly, these skeptics often argue for the universal applicability of market principles, both to global warming and to the dilemmas it presents to national economic interests. Among the hegemonizing tactics of fringe-end denialists is to claim scientific universality for their own position, dismissing consensus views as a manufactured consensus imposed on the global majority. For Richard Lindzen, a contributor to the so-called CO2 coalition, science is, quote, a mode of inquiry, not a source of authority. The success that science achieves has earned it authority in the public's mind, and this is what politicians exploit. The climate panic, as he calls it, fits the pattern. Now, of course, Lindzen's views is contrary and quite wrong in my view. However, it reflects a principle of elision that operates across the entire eco-activist, climate denialist spectrum, that concordance with the universally true and globally impactful proves consistent with and advantageous to local interests of its components. And that brings us to the kind of final subdomain, the media's time-space domain, where think tanks perform the primary function. Because in linking universal truth of market capitalism to the local benefits of slowing progress to net zero, they situate themselves at the borders of mainstream climate discourse. They inform skeptical supporters of the latest consensus assessing the proposed solution to them against their economic dogmas, but also providing a conduit for more strident voices. And one indication of this mediatory function is how often they engage with established news outlets, critiquing The Guardian, writing columns for the Daily Telegraph, and therefore facilitating climate skepticism's entry into the mainstream. But the flow, margins to mainstream, is multi-directional. So you have fringe actors like Michael Schellenberger, founder of Environmental Progress, who feature in the IEA's output. But these think tanks also mainstream environmentalism among skeptics by reframing them with a kind of right-wing spin. So there's a Centre for Policy Studies report in which a Conservative MP embraces net zero, but argues for a more efficient version than the one adopted by the current government. And that's why these examples illustrate how this media space dynamic is really a media space time dynamic. As consensus shifts towards recognition of anthropogenic climate change, moderate contributions to think tanks slowly begin to outnumber more extreme interventions like Robert Bradley's now anachronistic but still accessible 2003 IEA report entitled Global Warming Concerns Are a False Alarm. And it's still there, goes back to 2003, but it's in the IEA archive. And whether that's disinformation or not now, that's a question to be discussed. But there are risks then in treating science as a sacrosanct religion closed to scrutiny. Positivistic lists of deception techniques and rhetorical tricks countered by stable scientific truths are important, but they get us only so far. It's also productive, as I've tried to do, to treat climate change within a single discursive domain in which claims played out and consensuses are forged and reforged. Clashing strategies are constructed in relation to one another and to the shared features of climate science as a form of knowledge. So there are four quick, maybe not so quick, conclusions that one might draw from what I've said. Some of them fairly obvious, I suppose. It is important to distinguish unmediated reality from facts, knowledge, meaning, interpretation, societal belief, and truth. They're all linked but different. Separate facts about global warming and rising emissions adduced in relation to the reality of Californian wildfires are not generated in a vacuum, but via the collectively negotiated norms of science. The knowledge correlating the two facts and linking them to the CO2 threat relies on the incremental renegotiation of first scientific, then societal consensus. Accounting for the meaning of such knowledge involves strategies of interpretation and persuasion, always inflected with moral notions of truth. Secondly, we should recognize that masking facts, distorting expert judgment, indulging conspiracy speculation, unfortunately, is fundamental to politics per se, as are persuasion strategies driven by emotion, not reasoned analysis. Arendt's observation regarding democracy's inherent resistance to absolute truth is especially pertinent in the context of science's entry into the political sphere, given the universal authority we're asked to accord to scientific expertise. I'm nearly done. This, Arendt stresses, doesn't mean accepting lies and deception by any means. Thirdly, and you don't need me to tell you now that democracies are currently riven with identity politics and culture wars into which climate activism has been sucked. It's not easy to dismiss anti-woke attacks on it as beyond the democratic pale when the world's most powerful democracy now bans mention of climate change from federal grant applications. You'll know to what I'm referring. Homogenizing lists of denialists can contribute to the very same in-group, out-group conflicts that the likes of Trump are setting out to foment. And fourthly, in grasping the extent of the geopolitical shift marked by Trump 2.0, I'm coming back, as Sasha again sort of preempted some of what I had to say in Bruno Latour's critique of modernity, which paradoxically embraces both untrammeled planetary exploitation in support of infinite growth and knowledge paradigms whose role in critique its consequences reflect the same propensity for idealized abstraction as the market economic principles rendered, according to Latour, immaterial by climatic mutation. And in his declaration of a new climatic regime, Latour hails not climate science's apolitical rationality, but the need to repoliticize it. And that perhaps is the ultimate ramification of climate science's status as discursive dynamic. He puts it much more eloquently than I do. Such a recommended one of his articles, I would recommend this book he wrote in 2018. And look, the situation is no better among those who remained rational thinkers who are indignant about indifference to facts of the tweeter-in-chief. I wonder who that is. These rational folk continue to believe that facts stand up all by themselves without a shared world, but these rational sorts are just as caught up as others in the tangles of disinformation. And you can read on. If you wanted, in a way, a kind of summary of that last point I was making, then you could do worse than to read through Latour's, as I say, much more eloquent expression of it. And so at that point I should probably end, shouldn't I? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Steve. Let's have to have a discussion on this. And I'm going to open up the floor to any questions or comments from anybody in the room, if anybody or online, any questions for Steve this morning. If not, I will have questions, but I'd like to leave some space for other people to ask.
Should we probably also have a discussion after all the papers? Probably it may make more sense.
Yes, the way we thought about it was to discuss after each paper, but we could also have all the papers together and then discuss at the end. If there's no questions.
Yeah, let's discuss at the end.
Okay, so thank you, Steve, again for your paper. And then we'll move on to Anton, who's going to the second paper.
No.
So the floor is yours, Anton.
Danny, thank you. And I don't have slides, I don't have presentation, but I do have a paper. And this is about, and this is something that I would like to discuss actually, and I would be actually more interested in hearing your thoughts and having a discussion of the idea that I would like to present, which is about the sort of trying to explain climate change denialism and climate change disinformation through a particular framework that I refer to as the Horcrux theory. So this presentation of my theory, it will have several parts. First, I would talk about the basis or the core of this theory as I see it, and then have some I will have some sort of practical or evidence as to defend this theory, and the third part of my presentation will be devoted to sort of more of a psychological, or the attempt to psychologically explain why this why disinformation and climate change disinformation is so attractive to some particular forces today. So I understand that the whole idea of referring to this theory using the terminology of a fantasy universe may be odd or strange, but I think that it helps to explain many things. So the Horcrux theory, yeah, if you're familiar with the Harry Potter universe, you would know that Horcruxes are magical objects. In the Harry Potter universe, they are created by dark wizards to conceal fragments of their souls to evade death and achieving some sort of immortality. To create a Horcrux, a wizard must commit murder, which is an ultimate act of evil that splits the soul and allows a fragment of a soul to be stored in an object, whether inanimate or living, as long as the Horcrux remains intact. So does the soul fragment, ensuring the wizard's survival regardless of physical damage. Therefore, to truly kill a dark wizard, one must first destroy all the Horcruxes as they function as protective anchors. Naturally, dark wizards go to great lengths to hide and safeguard their Horcruxes from those who seek to destroy them. In the universe of J.K. Rowling, the Dark Wizard Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes using objects such as jewelry, kitchenware, a diary, a snake, and even a human, Harry Potter himself. When objects become Horcruxes, they are automatically tainted by dark magic, turning into evil objects. However, Harry Potter was a unique exception, and I will explain the meaning of this a bit later. Harry Potter was an exception, and because he was the Horcrux that Voldemort never meant to make. And J.K. Rowling explained in one of her interviews, she gave a very nuanced explanation. A true Horcrux must be created intentionally. There has to be a malign intent to create Horcrux. But a fragment of Voldemort's soul accidentally lashed onto Harry Potter when the killing curse backfired. So, due to this absence of intent, right, Harry Potter was not a true Horcrux, although it would still contain the part of the fragment of Voldemort's soul, right? So before outlining the core idea of a Horcrux theory in relation to climate change disinformation, I want to highlight one specific aspect that has already emerged in what I explain in my observations of these Horcruxes. Horcruxes are evil objects. And the inclusion, in my opinion, of ethical and moral categories in debates on climate change is not only justified, but also essential. However, and this is again one more important point, is that Horcruxes, whether they are inanimate or living, they are made evil because they contain fragments of an imposed malevolent soul. So what constitutes evil in context of the climate change? I identify two perspectives. One perspective is that fossil fuels, whose combustion is the primary driver of man-made climate change, possesses characteristics of evil. And Alexander Etkind, in his book Nature's Evil, and in some later works, employs the term evil to describe the ways that societies extract, distribute, and profit from fossil fuels. In this regard, the dark aspect of fossil fuels, as developed in Nature's Evil and the latest work, which is on Russia's war against Ukraine, Russia against modernity, Alexander Etkind summarizes these dark aspects in three forms, I guess. The first idea is an idea of a petrostate. Nations rich in fossil fuels, particularly oil, tend to experience economic stagnation, authoritarianism, and social disintegration rather than prosperity. So this one dark aspect. The second aspect is militarism and expansionism. Resource-rich autocracies depend on extractive economies, not only to sustain authoritarian rule, but also to finance aggressive foreign policies. And the third aspect, the third dark aspect of fossil fuels is that the environmental destruction. Coal, oil, and gas have fueled industrialization at an immense ecological cost. There is another perspective on the question of what constitutes evil in the context of our discussion. And this is, employing again these moral and ethical categories. It is, I will refer to Bruno Latour as well. He in his book on this Gaia hypothesis, facing Gaia, he identifies as enemies of those who deny not only human sensitivity to environmental changes, but also Gaia's capacity to react to human actions. Latour frames these individuals or groups as more than just uninformed or indifferent. He suggests that their refusal to acknowledge these entangled ecological feedback loops places them in opposition to collective survival. So Latour uses the idea of enemies, not just fools, who are uninformed and undereducated, but actual enemies. In the book called Merchants of Doubt, Naomi Oreskes and Eric M. Conway present climate change denial not just as a scientific or political issue, but as a profound moral and ethical failure. In this regard, they highlight several dimensions of climate denial. They're talking about deception as an ethical breach. They highlight the idea of climate change or climate crisis harming future generations, and the betrayal of scientific integrity or neglect of responsibility. So again, using the moral and ethical categories, talking about the climate change and denial of the man-made characteristics of climate change. So if I to summarize the two perspectives on what constitutes evil in our discussion, I conclude that in relation to climate change, evil, obviously not in the religious, but in moral and ethical sense, is constituted by deliberate denial of the harmful effect of particular human activities on the environment and life on Earth. This constitutes evil in moral and ethical categories. So the Horcrux theory, and now I'm reversing back to where I started. The Horcrux theory suggests that business organizations that profit from fossil fuels, from fossil fuel extraction, while denying or trivializing its malign impact on the climate and environment, collectively function as the evil dark wizard. And those organizations those business organizations, which can be collectively named as the evil dark wizard, they financially support a range of political, religious, and conspiracy-driven projects and campaigns who become those Horcruxes, which in exchange for funding disseminate climate change disinformation and obstruct decarbonization efforts. By embedding fragments of their malign vested interest in these diverse Horcruxes, the dark wizard of business organizations effectively safeguards its profit-making activities, insulating them against growing calls for climate accountability. So at the center of this theory lies the business organizations which are interested in defending their profits, and also based on denial of the characteristic of this man-made climate change. But they distribute their malign soul in those political and religious organizations to defend themselves, so they would not be attacked directly, but would have this shield of Horcruxes. Now I would like to talk to you about or discuss briefly one particular case, which is the conference that took place recently, the conference organized by the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. Maybe some of you heard of it. It's a conference that was organized by conservative activists with the funding from fossil fuel companies and businesses, and it was held in February this year in London. So this case of a conference, it highlights the convergence of these, dark wizard of major fossil fuel companies on the one hand, and their horcruxes, namely far-right political figures and religious activists, in their shared effort to shape global political and economic discourse. So this conference brought together high-profile conservative politicians from the UK, United States, and Europe, including Mike Johnson, Nigel Farage, and representatives from far-right parties such as Spain's Vox and France's National Rally. These groups share a common ideological stance against progressive climate policies and government regulations, and they advocate for policies that maintain traditional fossil fuel dominance. A key presence at the conference is the Heritage Foundation, a conservative US think tank responsible for a so-called Project 2025, which is a radical blueprint for reshaping the US government under the second Trump administration, basically a revolutionary reshaping of US politics and institutions. In Europe, the conference brought together far-right parties that oppose environmental regulations and promote nationalistic economic policies that often favor fossil fuel interests. Religious right organizations played a crucial role in this broader conservative coalition that attended the event, and groups such as the Alliance Defending Freedom, Focus on the Family Research Council, all of which have strong links to Trump's base. These organizations are not only involved in social issues like anti-abortion and anti-LGBT policies, but they also contribute to climate denialism, framing environmental regulations as government overreach that threatens traditional values. The attendance of senior oil and gas executives at this conference underscores their vested interest in fostering alliances with far-right and religious groups. Companies like BP, British Petroleum, Koch Industries, and Valero Energy benefit from policies that delay climate action and maintain fossil fuel dependency. These corporations have historically funded those horcruxes of climate denial networks, libertarian think tanks, and conservative political campaigns to ensure policies remain favorable to their financial business operations. The financial backers of that conference, which included the United Arab Emirates-based Legatum Group and British hedge fund magnate Paul Marshall, have direct stakes in fossil fuel investments. Marshall, a key founder of this conference, has substantial shares in companies like Chevron and Shell. So by embedding climate denial within broader conservative and religious agendas, the collective dark wizard of fossil fuel businesses ensures that climate policies face strong political resistance. And this resistance is not limited to the US, of course, but extends across Europe, where far-right parties are increasingly aligning with fossil fuel interests to push back against net zero commitments. Now in this concluding part of my paper, I want to sort of discuss why particular organizations, figures, stakeholders, why would they deny the climate change? And Clive Hamilton, I'm sure some of you know Clive Hamilton, Australian scholar, in his book called Requiem for a Species, he raised the question as to why people would resist the truth about climate change. That was the subtitle of his book. And answering this question helps us, in my opinion, to understand how exactly those malign soul fragments, using still this metaphor, these soul fragments of dark wizards, how they connect to the horcruxes, what makes this connection possible. Or in other words, understanding this question helps us understand the ideological convergence between the fossil fuel companies denying or relativizing the man-made character of climate change and political and religious organizations resisting decarbonization efforts. So Hamilton outlined several key forms of climate denial and skepticism. And let me highlight some of those which I find useful for this discussion. First, it's the industry-funded denialism. So fossil fuel industries have played a key role in spreading doubt about climate science. This tactic mirrors earlier corporate efforts to obscure the dangers of tobacco, for example, using so-called junk science to challenge established scientific consensus. If you remember, and or at least you read those about those tobacco advertisements, you know, in around the mid 20th century, which were ridiculous from our point of view, but those tobacco companies would use fake scientists to claim that tobacco had no malign effect on human bodies. Now this is you know, ridiculous, yeah. But at that time it was indeed used, and sometimes all the same people who would claim that nicotine and, you know, smoking did not do any harm to people. Almost the same people would now engage in defending climate change denialism. So the second form that Hamilton identified, the political and ideological denial. Climate change skepticism linked to conservative ideologies, particularly in the US, where environmentalism is perceived as a political threat, and the far left hoax, or the wokery, as Stephen referred to. And the third form is linked to this type of denial, to this political denialism, is the media and cultural reinforcement. Denial is often amplified by media outlets that cater to specific ideological audiences, reinforcing skepticism through selective reporting, misleading framing, and outright disinformation. So with this in mind, with these forms in mind, I ask then myself a question: how do we explain the psychological aspect of politically or ideological driven climate change denial coming from the far right religious groups? And I have an explanation or attempt to explain why this is happening. So far right movements perceive the world through the division of in-groups and out-groups, viewing survival as tied to the continuity of their nation or race, believing that as long as their people, as they identify as their people, as long as those people endure, they too live beyond death. This is the symbolical tactic of survival, psychological survival through a nation or a race. But climate change discourse challenges this worldview by framing the climate crisis as a species-wide existential threat that requires collective responsibility beyond national or racial borders. This undermines the identity of ethno-nationalists and conservatives who resist such framing because it erases national distinctions and suggests that survival depends on cooperation rather than competition. So it undermines this idea of climate change, of climate crisis, undermines the very principles of nationalism or conservatives. In their turn, some religious activists are threatened by climate agenda because it is perceived as either secular or as even pagan, as a nature-worshipping ideology that undermines the values of nation, faith, and traditional authority. So on the one hand, some ethno-nationalists have a problem because climate change is threatening everyone, while for them, the survival is about a nation or a race. And for many religious groups and religious activists, climate change agenda is about is about secular values, right? Which undermines these, especially with monotheism, religions such as Christianity. So it undermines the very foundations of those faiths, or functions as a competitor, as a pagan religion. Greta Thunberg, who was already mentioned today, he's often actually accused of being a pagan activist. Yeah, talking about Gaia, talking about those non-Christian entities as the core of belief. So these political and religious groups experience discomfort when faced with evidence that contradicts their deeply held beliefs. And rather than adjusting their views, they develop psychological mechanisms to justify their pre-existing opinions. And thus they become ideal vessels as Horcruxes for the dark wizards of fossil fuel industries, the main source of climate change disinformation. And at the end, I want to go back to, I'm
You're
running
fine,
out.
you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, good. I want to go back to one of the most curious, in fact, parts of, I think, this Horcrux theory, going back to the peculiarity of Harry Potter as a Horcrux, and at the same time, not really a Horcrux. So the idea that eventually he became a Horcrux is that Voldemort's soul in this universe, in this fantasy universe, was attached to Harry Potter, but it was done accidentally. There was no intent. And those of you who are familiar with the terminology of disinformation, misinformation, know that the distinction between these two concepts is that misinformation is a false information that is produced not intentionally, almost accidentally, while disinformation has an idea of actual intent, malign intent, behind spreading that false information. And Hamilton also has an explanation from this. I want to draw him into my theory of Horcrux theory. He was also talking about, when he was talking about many forms of climate change denialism, he was talking about something that does not really fall into the category of disinformation, although it is sort of false information in a way, but because of this absence of malign intent, which likens this idea to Harry Potter, who became a Horcrux, but not intentionally. And this is something that also Bruno Latour he referred to this. One form of this misleading information is that people often cope with the threat of global warming and climate disinformation by climate crisis by downplaying the severity, using narratives like scientists exaggerate or governments would act if it were serious, which helps reduce anxiety. And this strategy is also common or similar to distancing, where people postpone concern by assuming that consequences are far off, relying on wishful thinking that future solutions will emerge in time. And Latour was talking about one of the gravest, gravest threats to these climate agenda is hope. Hope is the main adversary in this whole discussion of climate crisis. People hope that in the future that will be solved. Latour identified this as one of the main enemies of climate change discourse. And this is the Horcrux that was never meant to be created by the dark wizards of fossil fuel companies, but it emerged accidentally. Yeah, this hope. This is Harry Potter before he realized that he was an actual Horcrux. Yeah, he hoped that the trouble with Voldemort and the evil in this fantasy world of Harry Potter would be easily solved but it's not. Yeah, he had to, in the end, he had to acknowledge to himself that that his life as a Hocrus was a trouble, and this is something that I think Hamilton and Latour also referred to as hope, as one of the adversaries of the climate change discourse. So thank you for the attention. I'll be happy to discuss some of these ideas when we have time. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton, for presenting what I think is the first metaphor based on Harry Potter in my lifetime. And I'm also keeping a scorecard of mentions. There's 3 Bruno Latours already. 1 J.K. Rowling. We'll see what the day ends like. So I'm mindful of time, and there might be some people who are joining us specifically for each of the sessions. So I'm going to pause and ask a few questions before we go, so that we can start your presentation closer to the time in case any of the people online are joining us specifically to listen to you, Tawab. And again, I'd love to get the audience involvement here, but if I may, Stephen, can I come to you just to start a bit of a discussion now and get a sense. I'll go back to your presentation first, and then I wanted to ask your reaction to this idea of this dark wizards and evil element in the metaphor. But to your presentation, Stephen, I was very interesting. You said that you drew on several disinformation content from the EU Disinfo Lab, right? And there were like French sources, English language sources, and there was also Spanish language sources, right? Did you notice any differences? We had some examples here of how some of these French sources are using science and pseudoscience as a way to present their sort of counter narratives. Did you see any differences across languages and across linguistic groups?
Yeah, there are differences, and each site, depending on its linguistic audience, tends to orient its arguments towards the interests of the local political culture, so yes, the English ones based in the UK have a lot of their material comments on the current and previous government's net zero strategies, whereas actually the vast majority of the English-speaking ones are no surprise, they're based in the US, and they do conform very much to what Anton was saying. They are almost exclusively funded and driven by oil and energy corporations. I noticed interestingly that some of them I couldn't follow because I don't have the languages. There was a large cluster in Dutch and also a cluster in Scandinavian languages. From what I could gather, and I'm puzzled why should those be prominent? And then of course, it twigged that those 2 areas have traditionally been seen as sort of the epitome of kind of liberal progressivism and have since turned sour. And therefore it's no surprise that on that soil you get a kind of seeding of climate denialism, which adopts much more of the kind of politicized anti-woke, anti-liberal progressivist agenda. So yes, they are differentiated by their source and origin, and looking at the spread is also interesting. So it's as I say, it's probably no surprise that overwhelmingly they're dominated by English language. So quite a lot in Australia. Only one prominent one in Germany. And a couple in Spanish that seemed, from what I don't have Spanish unfortunately, but they seem to be targeting Latin American audiences. What I can also say, just take this opportunity, that it's not the only list, of course. There is a much longer list. The DISMOG Climate Disinformation Database. And if you go to that, it lists hundreds of corporations and collective groups and activists, but also individuals. And on the one hand, it's useful. On the other hand, when you look at the lists of individuals, admittedly, it was done a couple of years ago, but half the Conservative shadow cabinet are there, including Kemi Badenoch, the current leader of the Conservative Party. And it was then that I began to think, hang on, maybe there's a bit of an issue here when you're dismissing, mainstream conservatism, which seems, for better or for worse, in my view, to have embraced elements of the climate denialist agenda. There's an issue here if you're going to kind of put them all in and alongside the likes of Piers Corbyn. So I mean that's a different point. That's not addressing your question, but seeing as you refer to the list, it's not the only list, and it's like all these lists. It's very arbitrary. As I say, if you want the full set, then the DISMOG Climate Disinformation Database is where to go. Although interestingly, that does seem to be focused on America. So in a way, it replicates the bias and includes very, very few in languages other than English. None of them I could find list Russian disinformation purveyors, but I think that's to do with a lack of kind of relevant linguistic and cultural expertise rather than the absence of activity.
Can I add something?
Yeah, of course.
Because I just looked at the database and there is only one person with Arabic speaking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question to Anton about your idea, Anton, about your explanation why this climate disinformation and far-right nationalists, they link towards one another, towards each other. And I think that's an important question because politically it would be a highly relevant effort to adjust the climate discourse to this new wave of nationalism and protectionism and all this disruptive politics should not. It is destroying the climate discourse and climate action, definitely, but there should be some kind of discursive attempts to compensate that by adjusting climate discourse towards these victorious tendencies. So your explanation is that climate action was largely needed or needs collective action, like on the planetary scale, all this international organization and this nationalists of all kinds. They hate this international globalist efforts, and therefore that's the explanation why they dislike talking about climate, or they like climate disinformation. But one could actually imagine. I mean, it's true. This is all that happened earlier, and is continuing, of course. Hopefully, it will continue. But one could imagine the world divided into whatever spheres of influence or into individual countries, and every country takes care of its own climate, of its own emissions, etc. And that would be actually enough if it happens. So there is nothing in the nature of emissions or whatever climate that contradicts, that does not fit the nationalist agenda. What do you think?
No, of course. I'm probably I sounded like I was generalizing, but of course, various far-right movements and nationalist organizations, they have their own approaches to the idea of climate change, ranging from complete denialism towards sort of more moderate and actually consensus-based approach to that discussion. but at the same time, with those far-right parties, and they are very well represented at the events such as this, Alliance for Responsible, whatever, talking to like-minded individuals, and all being sponsored by by those companies, energy and fossil fuel companies. It just makes them psychologically prepared to amplify disinformation on climate change. This idea that no, we don't want to talk about the global response, because this is not the global humanity. The planet is not the focus of their ideology. It's one nation. It's in many ways it's isolationist idea. We are taking care only about our nation. Actually, I can imagine the far right radical green discourse, because in fact, if you look at the origins, at least in Germany, of the green discourse, environmentalist discourse in Germany, it had to do a lot with the racial and those völkische movements, because they thought, of course, we have to protect the environment. This is our soil, and it fit the idea of blood and soil very well. They can have this argument. They can have this idea, but with all those fossil fuel companies investing, they are giving this, malign fragment of their vested interest into those far right organizations, religious groups, who are ready to accept that and be as a vessel. And this is how it functions. This is why, in fact, if you look at these, climate, or the language on climate and climate change in far right groups, in religious groups, this is not very important. This is not really sexy, because when on the one hand, it is much more interesting for propaganda purposes, for agitation purposes. If you go on a street in any Western capital, and you will see people who don't look like you, and then you say, look, these are immigrants, they pollute our race, they pollute our nation. Or you will see a person in a burqa or whatever on some non-Christian clothes, and this is visible. This is sexy. This is how you agitate. This is how you advance your ideology. With climate change, it's something else. I mean, it's not visible. You can't build on it. So with climate change and the language of climate change, this is how far right parties, they actually choose to be vessels of that denialism and disinformation. They can choose another way. They can be green and that would still be part of their ideology. But they choose because of those fossil fuel companies that fund them or assist financially and make them these Horcruxes, it intentionally. So yeah, there is I think a range of possibilities, and some far-right organizations do choose to become those Horcruxes.
I suppose there's also a kind of moderate left nationalist climate discourse. So if you think of, again, I'm sorry, my references are British. Ed Miliband, who's the energy secretary in the UK, who talks up net zero as a means in which to make Britain the global leader. It will attract investment into renewable energy and dare I say it, make Britain great again.
Yes.
Equally on the left, there's a sort of moderate left denialism as well. In the some of the unions, trade unions, object to the premature closure of certain oil works because it'll deprive them of jobs and do to industry what Margaret Thatcher did to them in the 1980s. So these sort of debates play out in complex ways, don't they? And there are any number of different computations on both sides.
I wanted to go back to the theory, and I think it's got me thinking a little bit. And don't you think, Anton, that there's a space in this theory to invert who these dark wizards are, right? So you could also say that from the perspective of those disinforming, the dark wizards are some of these NGOs and Greta Thunbergs and so on, and they are the evil forces that are trying to destroy some of the moral values and the long-standing Christian values that some of the conservatives sponsor. Do you think that there's a possible shift of this narrative on the other side?
Well, of course, you can try and reverse the idea, but this is why I did pay attention to, like, how we what is evil, in its moral and philosophical and ethical categories, we're thinking about what is exactly evil, yeah, and so in this theory, I mean, it would be then you will have to somehow explain why Greta Thunberg and her globalist approach, why this is evil.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, every metaphor is open to every interpretation. But I do believe that this theory, it may provide some sort of a framework, because I think the most important bit is that these Horcruxes, yeah, those far right organizations, religious organizations, they may opt for a different approach to climate change, this entire discourse. Yeah, and I really explained why it could actually, the green agenda could be a part of the racist rhetoric. That would be the soil in the idea of blood and soil, Blut und Boden in German. But the idea is that there is this, fossil fuel companies, that they are the primary source of that evil, denying the man-made character, and then they spread that soul and plant fragments of that idea in different organizations, which are open to be those vessels of those ideas. Not all of them, not all far-right parties become vessels of those ideas, but some do. And this is, I think, the core of the theory. This hierarchical approach between the fossil fuel companies, which act as funders of, providing funding for disseminating those ideas, and the vessels.
Yes, please.
I've just got a quick question also for Anton as well. So when you mentioned like the Horcrux theory itself, like all these different subsidiaries together, right? Would you say that it also contributes to sort of like what we discussed at least previously before, like briefly, the so like artificial amplification effect, where before you like elucidate what, like if one of the NGOs, right, let's say that's funded by the Koch brothers, for example, and you don't look into that special interest, and therefore because there are a multiplicity of them that exist and therefore are amplifying the same things over, but like in reality, if you look beneath the surface, they are all towing this line because of the special interest that funds them. But ultimately they can at least posit it as like, oh, this is all of these people together are believing the same thing. Would you say that it also contributes to that effect as well?
Well, the question is about amplification, or
yeah, like an artificial, I guess, amplification as like sort of duplicity.
There's this great thing called Oxford debate. This is a framework where you're given a task to defend a particular position, and you may actually not have that position, but it's just as a part of a game. When you receive money, when a company or or a think tank or a party receives money to promote a particular idea, they can actually find arguments, beyond that, sort of idea of funding, why you should actually, defend this idea. With climate change disinformation, I gave one example that, it sort of, it is about global response of humanity. You can find other things. You can say, well, Greta Thunberg is friends with people who promote Hamas or whatever. So we will be against her. And also, by extension, we will be against the climate change agenda. Or we can say, well, she is also, I don't know, friends with some liberal groups. Yeah, and you then put the opposition to liberalism in this category. You can, if those organizations are paid for something else, they can find arguments to, defend the opposite point of view. But this is what they are paid to defend, in fact, right? So they amplify, and then they can actually find arguments that go beyond the fossil fuel, language. They can find the ideological justification for what they're doing. And of course, yes, they amplify and they find ways to even, boost this entire denialist or negationist discourse from the positions that may be quite unique.
I'm going to stop the discussion for now, or pause it, not stop it. We'll move to the last paper. I think both Anton and Steve's presentations have given us a sort of a broad theoretical overview. There was a point in your presentation, Steve, about sort of the nexus between the global and the local. And I think that Tawab's presentation now is going to bring us a bit of that nexus where, if I understand correctly, you are talking about the case of Jordan, right? And how these global debates are interpreted by the youth in a Jordan context. So we have Tawab's presentation.
It's right here. I actually wanted to suggest something technical.
Yeah.
For the duration of her part, would you mind
Switching? Yeah, of
because of
course.
the camera angle.
Oh, of course.
Otherwise, yeah.
So can you move over there?
Yeah.
And you might want to go there so you can see the screen.
Yeah.
And then you come back
Yeah.
at the end for us to have the discussion.
It's fine if you stay, but I'll give you this, which should work. But let me check.
Ah,
A
okay.
second.
Okay, while this is happening, I wasn't sure how long am I going to have to speak. So I might be skipping some slides, which are not essential, but
You'll hear the alarm at 25 minutes.
I'll be done with that.
Okay.
Okay, so hi everyone. Yeah, as Danny mentioned, it's going to be more of a case study, and it's going to be more about what the youth think and how in Jordan climate change is perceived, and how can that contribute to the skepticism that might be there while the youth are doing their own climate action work. I have to.
You have to swipe, I think.
For this. Okay, well, now it works. Not this. Check now. Everyone that thing to be gone. maybe the okay. Now it should.
So, oh, okay. Thank you.
Sorry for that.
So I will introduce Jordan and the case of climate change context there, and then I will discuss very briefly the relevance and the gap I have found in the literature review, and then the research questions and the theoretical framework, and then the methodology, and finally the findings. And I will conclude with some reflections. So for the introduction, one of the major thing is the Global South in general. And I know that I have the case study on Jordan, which might not be all the Global South, but, and I'm not trying to generalize, but it's an under-researched area. And as the research also has found that the implications of climate change in that part of the world is disproportionately worse. So why Jordan? I'm not sure how many of you would know Jordan. Jordan is in the Middle East. Its geopolitical role is very important in terms of calming all the crises there and moderating force within the geopolitics. It's a has a developing economy with sectors like tourism, services, and industry, and it has a rich history and a diverse population, ethnically, culturally, and religiously. In terms of climate characteristics, it has different types of climates. There we have in the north and on to the east, no, to the west. That part. It's more Mediterranean, but then in the north and in the south and to other side, it's more desert, and it's also getting worse with desertification, the water scarcity, loss of agricultural land, and increased droughts and flash floods and landslides, along with socioeconomic and political pressures, and also Jordan has 93% of its energy imported. One last thing is that it's almost fully landlocked. There's only a small gulf in the south. So in Jordan, the youth, it constitutes 60% of the population, youth under the age of 30, and then 30% of youth who are supposed to be working are unemployed. And they are heavily affected by climate change. And in a recent survey says that 90% of Jordanian youth are concerned about climate change. And even a more recent survey also shows, I'm not sure how much you can see it, but shows also their concern. But, and it's at the end when they were asked if they could consider having a protest regarding the climate change policies that we have in Jordan, less than 25%. And I think, yeah, for the male, it was 27%, and for the females were 23% said that they would consider going. So that also can give you a reflection of the political situation there. And also another thing is that there is a limited presentation in state institutions. Just last year, a quota was included to include youth in the parliament. And one last thing about Jordan is that it's a monarchy and it's a constitutional monarchy, but the king has a really huge influence there. He's the one who states the prime minister, and the prime minister is the one who does the cabinet, and that's after the approval of the king. In terms of climate change policies and international commitments, Jordan is part of the UNFCCC and part of the Paris Agreement. And we have NDC's commitments of 31%, but 26% of that is dependent on foreign aid, which also shows the dependency on foreign aid and funding. We have the National Plan for Green Growth, updated National Climate Change Policy, and Environmental Protection Law, which are all in state, but that doesn't mean that it's actually enforced. Yeah, these ones I'm going to, oh, I'm not doing that, sorry. And then this is just to show that Jordan has been part of the COP like for a long time, but the last ones we had more about refugee climate nexus. And youth had their own delegation within these COPs, and they had a major role on paper that they had the youth engagement and the Jordan Sustainability Lab. And yeah, this just goes to say that on paper and within the politics, the global perception, it is there. However, when I did my last master's in my thesis, I compared the practices on social media between the government and the civil society. And you can see the difference for the government. There's a lack of participatory elements. They use traditional language. You can see the huge post there. And it doesn't end there. It's a more of a press release rather than a post, and it focuses on reporting. And you can see also the photos of the officials having their meetings. And then the civil society has more participatory elements and interactive, but they use English, which might indicate their use for mainly fulfilling communication expectations for the donor-funded projects. And then we will go to the relevance and the gaps. I wanted to just have definition of the key terms from the previous presentations. We talked about misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. I really like the knowledge resistance term because I think it applies a lot in Jordan because it's a selective avoidance of information and just to avoid challenging our own our own attitudes, opinions, and perceptions. And I think that will come up later. So these are the parts that I'm going to skip also. So basically, during my literature review, you can see that historically climate communication was scientific and policy driven, and it's complex, limiting engagement, and the media amplifies climate visibility, but misinformation still spreads. And there's also some just suggested solutions for these challenges, like visual tools, emotional messaging, and need to be meaningful and engaging, as we have seen within the civil society. And the youth are becoming more communicators, have become more of activists and actors within the climate action. And they use social media to influence public opinion and help increase the awareness. But still, climate change, skepticism, and denial persist, and lack of accessible communication, conservative ideological resistance, and fear of economic and political consequences. Okay. In general, climate anxiety among the youth is also pronounced in Jordan, and there's a calls for simplified messaging and more targeted and tailored communication to the different types of socioeconomic groups. So the gap, what we don't know from the research is mainly the non-English research. Most of the literature is focused on English research and English-speaking outlets. Also we have seen in the database, for example, and then the research focused on political misinformation rather than climate change misinformation in particular, and then lack of intersectional research, including the youth. And the last one is about qualitative research to look into the factors and investigate more how skepticism is formed and how we can challenge it. So this work is about why does it matter, and basically these are directly from the youth that I interviewed. Because they talked about how skepticism was a major barrier for their action, because skepticism does not mean that they are not part of these initiatives that they are, working on. Like they have faced some people who are working with them who are saying like, yeah, I'm in my work. That doesn't mean that I believe in it. I'm just here to just finish the job and go back home. So that also they feel that it's a major barrier for their activism. And then this research tries to understand the unique sociopolitical and cultural factors shaping the skepticism in Jordan. And yeah. Okay, so my research questions were mainly two. The first were, what are the dominant public perceptions of climate change in Jordan, and how do youth activists challenge skepticism to reshape public perceptions? For the theoretical framework, I initially started with framing theory because this is the theory that I worked on in my thesis as well. But now I'm kind of experimenting with the social representations theory. And I would love actually your feedback on that, and if you think that it actually fits to explain my findings or not. So the social representations theory was developed by Muscovici in 1961 and explains how societies construct shared meanings about complex issues. It deals with key concepts, shared meanings, collective understanding, anchoring and objectification, social context, interaction and influence, and cultural variation. And I think it can be, or I'm using it to analyze climate skepticism since it explains how societies create shared meanings around complex issues, and it's not necessarily just the media. And it's as climate change is not just a scientific issue, but a social one, meaning that public understanding is influenced by dominant narratives, media discourse, and even group identity. Why does it fit? Is because it helps also explain why climate skepticism persists, even if they are working within climate action. So it's not just about individuals rejecting science, it's about how societies collectively interpret climate change and how it is shaped by pre-existing narratives about economics, religion, and politics. So for my methodology, I'm using exploratory and interpretive qualitative research design. Basically, I'm using semi-structured interviews with engaged youth. So far, I have done fully 10 interviews with youth activists, 5 women and 5 men. The ages are between 21 and 30, and they all have at least a bachelor's degree or they are pursuing their bachelor's degree. And you can see that they are mostly from the center and the north. I'm still struggling to find from the south, but 2 from the centers actually worked before in the south. So I have some perceptions, but not fully. I will talk briefly about my positionality. I am Jordanian. I lived in Jordan for most of my adult life, and I really would love to see these youth actually like have their activism and try to and make the policies actually inclusive. But also it gives me an edge in terms of speaking Arabic. I can understand them. I can understand also the policies themselves and how they think, maybe not necessarily, but yeah. The limitations are that I just said before, no generalizability, even though it is part of the Global South, it doesn't mean that this research will apply for all Global South. And then, as I said before, potential sampling bias, but I'm hoping to break that. So for my findings, so I found that these, we will talk about them, there are 4 variables that influence climate change skepticism in Jordan. The first one is economic hardship influencing, like they see that climate action as luxury. Even the activists themselves, one of them said, I can't convince someone about climate, like they have to go and work for climate action if they can't feed their children that day. So it's more of a luxury, not a necessity at this point. And then climate policies are seen sometimes as Western priorities, ignoring local struggles. So what they do as activists, they would be linking climate action to economic benefits, providing how there are some solutions, some local solutions working for the climate without necessarily costing the people and economic opportunities. I have to also mention here that some of them actually said that people do not realize that this is an employment option. And some of them like says here that there's an amount of like employment opportunities that was before the last funding cuts. We'll see now how that will be now. But yeah. The second thing is cultural and religious narratives. I think it's interesting that religions, whether it's Christianity or Islam, it can be used in a way to say that climate change is divinely determined rather than human-made. And that, well, this is how it goes. So activists work with local leaders to integrate climate action into speeches and policies, and also base religion speeches to climate action, morality, like this is our land. We were ordered by the religion to help and to protect. So religion can be used in two ways. So it's very interesting how they engage religious leaders to frame climate change in different ways within the cultural values. And yeah, some of them use that the religious discourse is not skeptical, is more misinterpreted, and that's why they try to flip the coin within their work. The third variable is greenwashing and distrust. So they find that there is a distrust in institutions, greenwashing the companies that claiming environmental credentials without substantive action contributes to skepticism, making it harder for them to mobilize public support. What they do is to try to focus on transparency and community-led solutions to rebuild trust. They do fact-checking and media literacy, and to prove that these are not superficial sustainability claims. But they themselves also mention how some of the institutions or the funders that they work with, they are also criticizing them in some of their policies. The last one is the role of social media. So they mentioned that social media can be for both, for spreading misinformation because it reinforces existing fears. Like, for example, the conspiracy elite theory. And then the social media also can accelerate distrust in institutions. This can be happening as well when the elections happened in September last year, accusing each other of greenwashing and So what they use is fact-checking and storytelling to humanize climate issues, specifically to cater to the needs of local communities, and for older generations as well, to show that it is not a common occurrence, this climate change that's happening. So, for example, one of them said that when a specific unusual weather incident occurs, I seize the opportunity to raise the point of climate change. And some of them, use social media for that. Okay, I think I'm very much ahead of time. So for my reflection and conclusion, again, I think there's really a lack of research with intersectionality. It's mostly from the perspective of the corporations or the states rather than from the middle or even from the grassroots. There should be more research in different classes, different genders, regional disparities, and then to influence engagement and perceptions. This goes as well like the socioeconomic differences and how also mentioned about the South, where most of the poverty pockets are there, but still we cannot access them as much. And yeah, one of the future research directions that I would love to work on as well is critiquing international funding priorities and impacts, whether it's cuts or more funding, and enhanced representations from undeserved areas. That's it.
Thank you so much, Tawab. Can we all come back over here and we'll have a final discussion? So I'll start with the time to ask any questions for our last presenters. If anybody has any questions? I do. I'm trying to draw a connection between the three presentations a little bit. Go back to what I can see your face. And I was wondering, in your discussions with these youth activists, did you find that a lot of these narratives that Anton and Steve have talked about that happen in sort of this Euro-American public sphere are also getting to Jordan? Are some of these examples of disinformation, or some of these evil wizards penetrating into the Arab-speaking world, for example?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I was smiling the whole time they were speaking, because it was very much like some of them, you can see that they might also be prone to skepticism, even though they are working within climate change. And one of the things, I'm not sure who spoke about it, it's that the corporations and the funding that's coming, I think it's the conspiracy elite thing, they also believe in it. Like, because I talked to them for like, maybe at the end of the hour, they'll be like, now I'm just talking, whatever it's happening. So yeah, there are a lot of them that's reflecting these dynamics without even them realizing that these are happening. Yeah, interesting to see both sides and how they are challenging it, even with that, within challenging themselves as well, because of the narratives that.
What's interesting to me is, Stephen, you were talking about before about sort of the French and the Spanish and so on, which in my experience, a lot of the sort of corporation-funded disinformation in Spanish make its way to Latin America, or in French into French-speaking Africa. But in the case of Arab-speaking countries, right, who does this link? Who is the bridge? Are there any specific communities that are translating that content into Arabic?
I wish. It's not even that. Basically, one of the things that they mentioned was that I did not know about any of these climate action until I started reading in English. So basically, they received the English-speaking thing. That's why it's important to actually have things translated and also translate the other stuff. And they don't even try to translate it themselves, because you can see in the civil society, they use English. So they are reading in English and they're producing in English. So everything's in English. And the people who only speak Arabic.
It's really something elitist, actually, right?
Yeah.
If you're simply, writing everything in English, basically, sort of like reports to your sponsors.
Yeah.
And not in order to have a real impact on the local community.
Yeah, exactly. It's reproducing the same cliche and the same dynamics that are there. That's why at the end they would be like, yeah, I'm not sure if I am contributing to that or not. But as I said, like, they also criticizing their own institutions that they work, because they have to abide by it so they can get employment.
To what extent were the positions on both sides, Niall and climate activists, inflected with a sort of anti-Western sentiment, whether it's these rich Western nations are boiling our planet and we are suffering as a result, or these Western nations are imposing their liberal ideology on us?
I think it depended as well on the person and their background, but colonialism were also mentioned a lot. And I don't remember if I put it here, but one of them said, we are an affected country. So we have to explain to people why do we have to work on remedy all of that, even though we will not really contribute to it historically. So yeah, it comes up a lot, and a lot of it also mentions some examples of climate change. It doesn't really apply in Jordan. So at least 3 of them mentioned, when I asked them, what do you think of climate change? And they mentioned the sea. Well, in Jordan, you don't see the sea. So if you tell me about the sea or the polar bear, I know that this is coming from outside. It's not really what you see in your own country. So, but some of them also after that mentioned like, oh, that's why we want to have more human interest storytelling. So that's what they are working on. And I think that's important.
Interesting.
Golden, you had a question over there, right?
Yes, I think my question is quite like yours. I'm curious whether in Jordan youth the anti-climate change is blamed for being the part of foreign powers, Western powers, or part of LGBT and attacking to Jordanian cultures, moral values, traditional values. Are there something like that or it's just about we are dealing with poverty problems and this is all super luxuries for us concept?
I mean, both of them, but especially after the USAID cuts, there has been some calls for reconsidering all these projects that were funded. At least 80% of them were from USAID. And they were like, oh, see, it is a Western policy, it is a Western agenda. And why do we have to do it? And now we don't need it. We'll see if actually it affects the climate change or not. And so, yeah, it's both, but also about the economy, the economic priority thing as well.
Question over here.
Yeah, thank you. I would have one question to Hilal and one to Anton. To Hilal, can you elaborate a bit more on the relationship of religion and the church in Jordan and environmentalism? Because we also had, maybe it was a longer time ago, but this anti-industrial attitude in the traditional churches. It's which is about that let's preserve everything that belongs to the past, and everything that is modernity is a problem. So do you have this kind of attitude as well, or because if I read your words well, there is no obvious one single narrative that comes through from religious circles in Jordan. And to Anton, I really like your presentation. Thanks a lot. And I was wondering, a bit of a similar line, that have you encountered this? I mean, among the far right youth movements, there is a trend. Maybe it's a more marginal one, but I have read some research on that. So the ones who claim that we have to preserve the environment because immigration poses a huge threat for our national resources, and it's an exploitation of our resources. So it's like some kind of green fascism, or a soft kind of green fascism, seems to be on the rise in the much less maybe on the party political far right, but more on the subcultural extreme movement, right? And maybe they are not in this Horcrux category if I read your words well.
Should I?
Yeah, you can go first and then we go to Anton.
It will be very, very brief. Jordan has almost 95% of Muslim, and then 5% different churches. So basically what I meant about the religion narratives, there's like 2 kinds mainstream religion narratives with it. One of them is that, well, that was the whole recommendations of the religion, whether it's Islam or Christianity, like we have to preserve our land, we have to preserve our environment. So we don't really need climate change science. We just need to abide by that. Or that this is where it's going. So in the end, like life has to end at some point. So this is where it's going. So life is life. So as long as we are abiding by the rules, which are like just to preserve our spaces, why do we have to look at the other places, for example, or the other governorates or the other places? So yeah, that's how it goes. And it goes for both religions. So it's not really just like, yeah, we blame this or blame that.
Thank you.
Also, very briefly, no, indeed, with some youth movements on the far right, you will find all sorts of actually interesting points and their interpretations. But no, with youth movements, it is up until they become part of an organized political force when you actually have to, you know, strictly follow the line. And on climate change, it's really often that, you know, then the funding comes in and they have to defend that particular bit of, you know, climate change skepticism at the very least. But of course, you can interpret, or you can this is, you know, this is basically the creativity of how you of how people can explain why migrants are bad. You know, for example, in Britain, in the UK, there was part of this of the Labour movement that would and their anti-migrant agenda was that, yeah, migrants come here and they take all the jobs and they disregard trade unions, and we fought so hard to have the rights of workers protected, and migrants basically destroyed this whole trade union movement.
Yeah, why do we have mass migration according to one
Yeah,
argument? Because we have free movement of global capital.
Yes, exactly.
And free movement of global capital is at the heart of the climate crisis.
Yeah. So basically, you know, this migrant issue, it's so flexible in a way. So if you add a little bit of creativity, you can explain everything with that bit. But essentially, you know, the core is that, you know, we don't want migrants here. Then you can have climate explanation, trade union explanation, everything.
Ilya, you had a question.
Thanks. I will mostly ask Stephen, but feel free to jump in. Can you elaborate on kind of the amount of nation identity building as part of these discussions? Because what it reminds me a lot of conversations with, well, I grew up in a small area where lots of institutions are, and some of these institutions actually do research into climate change. There are a lot of folks who actually have strong points on climate change. And I remember since I was very much support the idea of climate change, etc. And I was having debates throughout the last 15 years, maybe, with these guys every time I went to Tomsk. And they were saying, look, it's, you know, it's all lie. It's, we actually have alternative data, but then it's also about us, like Russian scientists, trying to sort of establish our place in the world as the people who provide the world with the actual data of what is going on. So there's a little bit of this kind of greatness plus identity plus really ressentiment about the fact that we're not really sort of designing the rules of this conversation about the climate change. So
yeah, I mean that was the very point I was trying to make when I was suggesting that all groups on both sides at some level are trying to reconcile the global with the local. And that that configuration operates equally for different ideologies. So, you know, I gave the example just I was talking earlier about the sort of moderate British left notion of Britain once again becoming a world leader because it leads the fight on to establish renewable energy. So that's a way of reconciling the universal threat posed by climate change with the national interests of the British people. But of course, it can be turned on its head and used to foment and support right-wing notions that actually we're being naive. The real culprits of climate change are China, and we should not be kind of sacrificing our own economy when we have actually led the way in reducing emissions. Scrap this ridiculous net zero ideology and let China do the heavy lifting. I think we should be honest and acknowledge that whoever is making the argument will at some level be trying to reconcile those two factors.
Ankush, are there any questions in the chat? No? So we have about 4 or 5 minutes. Are there any other questions, comments for our speakers, suggestions on how to further the arguments when they work on the papers? Any questions? Oh yes, please.
I just have a really quick question about the unemployment rate in Jordan and the youth. And you mentioned it's 30%, which is quite high. Did you notice any kind of connection between skepticism and that, like any sort of bleed over effect?
I don't know if it's a connection, but some of them would be like one of the arguments to make the engagement of the young population of their peers higher is to tell them about the employment offers that they have based on climate change. So it is in a way a motivation for them to mobilize, but also that was also before the recent cuts, so I'm not sure about now. I mean, I'm having some interviews, so I will definitely be asking about that. But I think that's one of the major arguments that they work on.
So I think we'll wrap up this first panel with this. So far we've discussed primarily climate change skepticism. We've had two presentations that have given us a sort of a theoretical overview and a very concrete case study from Jordan. We'll take a break for those of you in the room. There's some coffee, I believe, through that door. We'll reconvene at 11:30 Vienna time. So for those of you online, hopefully you have coffee available to you. If not, it's enough time to go buy something. And then we'll come back at 11:30 again. The next panel will be on climate change denialism online. So thank you for the speakers and thank you to the audience.
Короче, да, это такое очень. Женщины, которые родили, это очень выводит из себя. Приятно. Привет. Интересная метафора. Никогда не думал про Гарри Поттера. Думаю, надо теперь надо перечитывать.
Там огромный, на самом деле, human right, когда Гермиона защищала эльфов. Не помню? На самом деле, это полностью пропущено в фильмах. Но книга, там большой кусок, Гермиона освобождала эльфов.
Yes.
Nem voltam benne biztos, hogy beszélnek élőben, ja, hát azt tényleg, de hát ide most több érdekes. Mindig lehet menni szandvics.
Yeah, it was really a very short. Right. Sorry about that. Yeah.
So, dear colleagues, let's reconvene for the second panel of our workshop, which has this aspect of climate change denial is online, and I would then think quite naturally that the most part of the panel will be happening online. The only representative of the offline discourse of this panel is Ilker Kefalit, and he co-authored a paper with Cem Chalchka. And part of the paper will be presented by Ilker and part by Cem. And we'll start with Cem, right? Or...
We'll start with me.
Yeah. We'll start with you. Yes. So the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Today we will present our research about climate change-related conspiracy theories in Turkey. So after Turkey signed Paris Climate Agreement in 2021, and after years of delay, this policy act triggered denialism on social media. Especially with the wildfires in the 2021 and 2023 also revealed conspiracy theories, food injustices related to disinformation, and also anti-climate change discourse. So in this study, we ask why climate change denialism in this specific conjuncture became popular, and at the same time, what are their characteristics and ideological background. So to answer these questions, I will first briefly introduce the climate change policies of Turkey in its historical context. Then I will provide our conceptual framework to transfer why, how we can understand these issues and the related backlash to it. Then Cem will present our case study and main findings. So basically, Turkey was one of the first signatories of the Climate Convention of the United Nations, but it faced the classification issue in that it was listed in the Annex 1 and 2 countries as an industrialized nations. So, but Turkey rejected this classification in that, Turkey had no historical responsibility with regard to climate change. So it demanded a special status and financial support to be part of these policies. So this special circumstances issue became one of the main major force of Turkey's climate change policies. And in 2000, in COP6 summit, its special circumstances status recognized, and then Turkey ratified the motion in 2004. So this situation actually is one of the main characteristics of the Turkey's climate policies, but we should also think it in terms of its historical context. So from the 2002 on, Turkey was negotiating in the European nations for the full memberships, and it was coming and foreign investments and capital inflows. So in this period, the main focus was on the economic growth. So in terms of climate policies, the Kyoto Protocol was ratified in 2009, but there was no binding targets. So for this, the main governmental justification was the national development, even though the harmful practices and environmentally destructive practices were on the way. So in this sense, So in this sense, the AKP's climate policies was always secondary with regard to its economical development plans. So the main strategy was for AKP was to develop AKP-friendly business network and develop clientelist relationship with them, reaching votes, creating hegemony, and consolidating power, and then weakening the opposition. So for this reason, the infrastructure projects like roads, bridge, airports, minings, nuclear energy, they were all became the symbols of the national progress. So then how to define AKP's policies in this sense? So according to Fikret Adaman, the three main concepts are the authoritarianism, populism, and developmentalism. So the resulting point is that AKP governed through force, silence, criticism, and opposition. Every act of resistance were accepted as national threat to growth. That was the main justification. So Turkey, what is the result of these policies? So Turkey is the 13th largest carbon emitter around the world. So in 26 in the cumulative emissions. So despite it has a lower historical responsibility with regard to other G20 countries, its ongoing carbon emissions are quite high. And at the same time, it's a carbon dependent and energy dependent country, like 74% of its energy are imported. So the main justification comes as the energy security for the minings and other fossil fuel industries. So even the mining industries in the local politics can be labeled as green mining projects. So even though there are public resistance by villagers and other environmental activists, government's response has always been discrediting critics and suppressing the protests. Here you can see how carbon emissions increased in the last 35 years. So in total, 154% increase these emissions. And also the temperature trends has also been in relation to this. Like in the last 30 years, it's also been increasing. And with regard to the hottest year last year in 2024, and Turkey is above the global average. So it's a serious issue for Turkey in terms of heat waves, droughts, and irregular rainfall. So Turkey should act, but its policies do not align with these realities. So we can follow these trends in the Paris Climate Agreement process. So Turkey signed Paris Climate Agreement in 2016, but delayed ratification. So government prioritized adaptation efforts over the carbon reductions. So the main justification was the special circumstances with regard to Kyoto justification for the strict target-based policy. But with the Paris Climate Agreement, with self-set targets of the countries, the old arguments lost its relevance. And Turkey became very active in joining climate summits, calls for urgent action, symbolic participation with no real action as society of spectacle, as Guy Debord says. So the main reason for this quick transition to climate policies was the 3.2 million euro of financial support secured through various institutions. So after that, Turkey became very active in the climate policies. So now we are discussing current, in Turkey, we are discussing the current climate change law, which was introduced just a few months ago, even though it was signed in 2021. Now we are discussing it to pass it through the parliament. But main criticism are there's a lack of transparency, there's no measurable targets, there's no civil society output, and there's no real target for closing the coal mines. So no clear roadmap for the carbon emissions. So how do we conceptualize these policies? Today we talk about a lot environmentalism. So we believe environmental nationalism as a concept is useful for both AKP's policies, but at the same time for the backlashes it triggers. So here, for the sake of simplicity, we take the notion of environmental nationalism as a policy discourse, as an imagination that links environment to a national identity. So here we find these triad very useful to frame the issue. So it has material, symbolic, and aesthetic aspects. So in the material aspects, nature is a resource. It's enclosed within national boundaries. It's It's important for self-sufficiency in terms of food and energy, for reducing the dependence on others. So here nature becomes a national asset. Like it loses its use value, only emphasizing the exchange value, so losing its communal and shared qualities. So here economic benefit discourse become very predominant. So the main claim is to serve all the citizens by commodifying the natures. So in the symbolic effects, in the symbolic part, the nature is a marker of national identity. Here we see symbolic boundaries, as if like the flag symbolizes the nation. Its flora, water, bird, green areas can be functional in constructing the identity. So in the aesthetic part, nature is defined with specific adjectives. It's untouched, unique, sacred. So it always explains why nation is different, superior, or exceptional from others. So here we see the essentialist discourse, like it's untouched, unspoiled, fertile, and mythological justification just lead to a historical explanation of the environmental policies. So we regard environmental nationalism as a form of climate obstruction. So obstruction is quite a wide concept, but for the sake of our simplicity, so it's like can be a denial, skepticism, opposition, delay, or just dismissal of climate policies, and there may be different reasons for like economic reasons, political reasons, psychological reasons. But the main focus is that like it obscures the social circle struggles over the environment. So here, the wealth distribution through environment is defined through citizenship. So this ignores the class relationships and then naturalizing the inequality, social and environment. So here, the concept of climate change conservatism become an important figure in that, like, we are not always talking about the literal denial, but also we are talking about ideological denial, which can also be discussed as the post-politics of climate change, which doesn't question the economic and political cost of climate action, technological-based solution. So even the like air quality issues, energy deficiency, and green businesses are important and meaningful. Only it creates and green business sectors. So, like, what is the alternative to this post-political situation of the climate change? So we believe this right-wing and conservative response to mainstream climate discourse like differ from like universal, individualistic, technocratic, and elite-driven climate policies. And here the nature becomes the part of the national identity. It's tied to a national imagination, like the possessive adjectives like "our" become a buzzword. So it strengthens the national belonging here. So, like the threats to environment is accepted as threat to a nation. So, environmental risks are accepted as a national security. So, the framing environmental degradation as a threat to homeland and citizens become prevalent. So, here justice gain ethnicity rather than questioning its roots, causes, and its uneven effects. So here, so it's a broad concept, the climate backlash and environmental backlash, but just related to our studies, we find several concepts useful. So it's not always in literal denial of climate change that we find useful, but the obstructive parts of it is also meaningful. So the carbon footprint nationalism can be understood in terms of countries' comparisons, in terms of their carbon emissions, or their right to develop and emit, and others can be about individual lifestyle differentiations while stigmatizing the others. So these policies are always open to racist and exclusionary policies, as the eco-bordering literature claiming. So here the nature becomes like real or imaginary, like has its borders. It creates borders. So here the problem is not normal distribution, but nature is a deficient resource. So the overpopulation is the main reason for the environmental problems. So it's tied to a Malthusian discourse. So last but not least, here these like transition conflicts and just transition anxieties are also important to frame the environmental nationalism and climate obstructionism. So here, the legitimate concerns like losing their jobs and it will be a burden on citizens and workers are exploited by the right-wing actors. So here, the job loss and economic decline are understood as a threat to tradition, identity, and family. So they are always related to anti-liberal values, LGBTQ rights and women's rights. So I guess Jem will keep going now.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, they can hear you. I don't know if they will.
But can I share my screen through here? Is it possible? Or-
Yes, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay. Okay. Hello again. This is our case. We have two analyzed hashtags. One of is our wheat is burning. The second one is DC with the climate impose the famine. These hashtags became popular in June 2002, where the wheat field fires broke out in several cities in Turkey, and leading to public debate thanks to pro-government media outlets, discourses of artificial food crisis and suspicion of sabotage, and where the begin massive disinformation and conspiratorial discourse flow circling around the social media. And these two summers were also has high temperatures according to data of the European Forest Information System. Largest forest fires in the history of the country occurred in Turkey between July and August. There was a massive destruction of forests, but we also saw in Mediterranean basin record-breaking temperatures also, particularly in Southern Europe, including Greece, Italy, and Spain. Our data collection was done by via tax program, but the second hashtags collected and coded manually from Twitter. Our methodology is CDA. I will be fast here. With CDA, we could see how the tweets can describe the power relations and through lexical meanings. Lexical meanings are essential also. We look into selection of words, identities, values, or these words can be referred some emotions. And they also create a meaning with opposite concepts such as us and them. And they speaking behalf of the nation usually, these tweets, nationalistic tweets. And we created some teams through their word using. One of them is environmental nationalism. The second one is injustice talk. And the third one is weaponization of climate change. There are three prominent organizations who denies the climate change. We've been following them since 2001. We still doing search about them and joining their events and meetings. There are also parliament. There was a political party in parliament, New Welfare Party, which is political Islamist party. They also tend to use conspiratorial discourse in their policies. And how we detect conspiratorial discourse? Even though conspiratorial stories are nuanced and complex, they give basic conclusions. They oversimplify the political and economical social structures of power. In their narration, there is no randomness and no serendipity, only good versus evil, black and white, no gray areas. Even though we use the term of theories, they are anti-theories because they set their so-called hypotheses coherent to their desired outcomes. So it's close to debunking also. When you try to debunk them, you could be labeled as a collaborator of conspiracy. And there's a three words describing conspiratorial mind. Nothing happens by accident, no serendipity, no randoms, as I said. Close to paranoid view, nothing is as it seems, and they seeing everything is connected. I'm passing here. These are tweets, nationalistic tweets. We can see here the climate change policy is seen as a global plot against Turkey. We can see the word of treason and globalist demons, which is could be fusion of both nationalistic and political Islamist discourse. And their daily problems, such as inflation or accessing the food, they're directly linked to Paris Climate Agreement. That's why they seeing treasonous the representatives also who approved this agreement. There's always implication of deliberation. They are seeing that as a great designing plan, such as they leaving us hungry and they're gonna manipulate us. And also we can see the last tweet directly quote from Quran, which indicates here crops and generation. In conservative discourse, crops and generations are important because they implies the continuity of nation or society. So they're seeing that the climate agreement targeting that. The other tweets are also related to last ones. In the second tweet, we can see that we are aware of everything sentence. The conspiracy theorists and believers always seem legitimize themselves as critics and they aware of everything, but the majority is sleeping, so they see themselves as a heroes. To calling wake up the other people. And the last tweet we can see romanticization of the land, our forest, wheat fields, seas, water, and air. That is represent some heartland, this heartland of nation which is untouched, pure. That's also they assert that climate change policies trying to destroy this heaven of nation. And we see here, for example, in the beginning, great games. The word of games is really important and conspiratorial culture in Turkey. When they talk about games, it's always related to some conspiracy theories, such as they saying that games of United States, games of Israel, games of European Union. We also seeing, unfortunately, scapegoating of minorities, indicating that, implying that traitors among us, some Armenian shits, and this history going traced back to 100 years ago. Also seeing that Friends of United Kingdom, which was a terrorist organization while the War of Independence of Turkey. There's a reason of that because there's a syndrome we called SERV syndrome. SERV was a treaty signed between Ottoman Empire and great powers, Central Powers, sorry, and it was a harsh requirement, such as two-thirds of the country will be occupied, and there was a harsh embargo also. And there's a saying that if there's any harm on minorities, Central Powers had right to invade Turkey again. So it's rejected and it triggered independence war. They signed another treaty, but in Turkish politic discourse, the ghost of Ser never gone. They building that national identity, saying they're gonna take vengeance from us. In the background, that was minorities. Minorities always seem puppets of Western and infiltrators, and it's still we can see going on with even about climate change. And the other thing is that anti-institution discourse. Global organization seems strategical apparatus of imperialism in this conspiratorial culture. And we can see here all the organizations connected to each other, even though they are so distinct. And the last tweet we could see anti-feminist and anti-LGBT discourse also, because it indicates Istanbul Convention, which was protecting the women's rights and the people who has different sexual orientations. Turkey withdrew from that convention, but Paris Climate Treaty seen as the same thing with the Istanbul Convention. There's also sometimes conspiracy theories could trigger from injustices and daily problems. For example, there's indicating that fuel prices and cost of living, but they all connected to Paris Agreement again here. And the plan is creating artificial famine and chaos. And there's a protest attitude that stay away from what numbs you, which means that they are not numb, but the majority of people are numb, so they're trying to awaken them again. There are the facts. There can be true facts in conspiratorial discourse. For example, failing food supplies and international trade stifled and domestic supplies are becoming scarcer, much more expensive. Everything has become expensive in 4 years, 5 years. That's true, but the continuum of the sentence saying that all are deliberate. It's driven by U.S. NATO policies that strive from famine and collapse. We see here they bypassing all the local responsibles, politicians. They only connected U.S. NATO policies. That's why I'm always saying that conspiracy theories are really good thing for the politicians because they can distract the real responsibilities. And we're seeing unification, all the problems linking to Paris Climate Agreement, such as biological intervention, health, agriculture, and even democratic structure. The carbon footprint seeing also another treason to country because all the Turkish economic system and producing heavily depend on the carbon emissions. So they think that they're trying to do that to destroy our economy. That's another popular discourse here. And there's another thing that injustice and inequality discourse about climate change. They describe themselves those who left behind, and we can see us versus elites discourse here, and carbon trillionaire labeling, and private jets are also symbolizing that distinction. Okay, Ilker, you can wrap it up from here, I think, through discussion.
And just finish it also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Yes.
So, like, just to give you a short distinction. So, what we can see in the conclusion part here, the changes, like in Turkey's quick policy changes, triggered a climate backlash. The environmental problems also triggered these issues. So here, these policy shifts, like that aim for transformations. But here, denialism and conspiracy theories promote protectionist narratives. So we believe climate skepticisms are aligning with nationalist and conservative ideologies, and then these dystopian narratives ignores the human agency. So, but what we believe is that like the climate conspiracy should not be dismissed as a moral panic, but because they have historical roots in Turkey. So even though the ideological gap between the backlash discourse and the mainstream inaction in Turkey seems to be wide, we believe it is just the other way around. It's quite close, both the mainstream policies and the backlash. Thank you. So sorry, we planned for 45 minutes, so it was a bit in a rush.
No, 45 minutes is actually including the discussion.
Yeah, true.
I will exploit my position as a moderator. I will ask the first question. I actually have a couple of questions. The first one is we were talking about the Twitter sphere. I don't know how do you call it now, X sphere.
Yeah.
How popular is it in Turkey? How many? What would be the percentage of people? Do you probably know of Turkish users? Inside Turkey. So how significant is basically all those campaigns and hashtag campaigns on X or Twitter, or whatever. The second question that I have is, were you able to identify, because you're talking about those hashtag campaigns, but also you mentioned some particular parties, political parties or at least organizations. Were you ever able to identify the funding for those campaigns? Is it, you know, somehow related to businesses or, I don't know, wheat producers or whoever? And the third question is just out of curiosity / ignorance. Is there any cultural prejudice against eating insects in Turkey? I mean, does it have any, you know, any cultural significance beyond just, you know, well, nobody likes insects really. Is there any, you know, cultural sort of prejudice?
Maybe I can answer the first two questions, and then Cem can answer on the third, or how he prefers. So in terms of Twitter usage, in Turkey, I don't know the exact figures of this, but the Instagram, TikTok, and Instagram and TikToks are the main social media accounts where people both spend their everyday time, but also for the information gathering, because in Turkey the media also is not free, so it's not possible to get news from the mainstream media. So with that reason, the polarization in everyday life also reflect in social networks like Twitter's. So in terms of usage, Twitter is behind the Instagram and TikTok. But what is important in our case is that these groups and these discourses are popular also on TikTok, in TikTok and Instagram. Like they have, like maybe not millions of people are following them, but there are like thousands of people are watching them. They have their own milieux, like digital spheres. So some discourses like the hashtag campaigns become popular on Twitter, but at the same time they have more audiovisual aspects in Instagram and in TikTok. So like in combination of these can create some effects in the discursive formation. So for the funding, we don't know exactly the relationship, but one of the parties, like the New Welfare Party, is a traditionally very old party, and what we can call is, like in Turkey, like there are even the capital also has the identity in Turkey. So we have secular capitalists and the more Anatolian, more religious ones. So these can, like what we claim is that these backlash and the motivational reasoning behind these can be also looked for in this aspect, because the New Welfare Party became popular after AKP lost its legitimacy. So what New Welfare Party does, populism to AKP to get vote from them. So they are very popular. They are very strong in industrial zones in Turkey, in the working class environment. So they get like 2-point-something% in the last elections, and most of them were from these industrial cities. So that may have an effect, because even the other parties, like more nationalist one, not a religious one, has also their relationship with these parties. So the answer, we don't know exactly, but we can look from that. So for the eating insects, maybe James can contribute.
Yeah, because you mentioned it twice, I guess, and I became really curious.
Yeah, there's no special thing on insects. It's not like a pig, as I can give an example like that. It's drawing some dystopian picture where the rich people, for example, there's a really popular conspiracy theories here. The Bill Gates will buy all the land in Thracia, and which is very fertile land, and rich people will only produce meat for them, and the poor people gonna eat insects only. And in deep interviews, I saw another thing that they claiming while they're eating insects, their IQ will be decreased also, so they can manipulate and control easily to us. They were saying that. It's just a narration, I think.
Any other? Oh, yes. We have questions.
Thank you very much for the talk. I was really looking forward to it because something very similar happened in Hungary exactly the same time when your research was done. So in 2022, we had a drought in Hungary, which was one of the worst ones ever recorded. So like 1/3 of the crops were basically destroyed. We had to import corn from abroad, which was unprecedented in modern Hungarian culture. And basically, what happened with conspiracy theories was that we have a weather manipulation system installed in Hungary called Jaeger, and it prevents the formation of ice in the clouds to prevent ice damage. And at one point, some of the people who were in agriculture became convinced that this weather manipulation system was responsible for the drought itself. It got also a little bit violent, so some of the operators were almost lynched in front of their homes. And what my question will be about is that the people who were behind these conspiracy theories found some international references, conspiracy theories from abroad, like the HARP conspiracy theory from the 90s. Basically, and they pretty soon people who were working for the Jaeger system were accused of working for the CIA. And I was wondering whether you had these, I don't know, international conspiracy theories or foreign conspiracy theories finding their way into the domestic discourse, and how prevalent they became. And
Thank you for the questions. I can start. Maybe Jim can finish. So we have the same conspiracy theories, cloud control conspiracy theories. If I were a bit more functional, I would say about that. So thank you for the question. So basically, the argument goes, they like with regard to Turkey's geographical locations, there will be less rainfall and it will be more drought. So in these conspiracy groups, they claim and they use these weather applications systems like to share pictures. So they are actually stealing and shifting the direction of clouds towards the Middle Eastern countries, like Arab countries. So we are not getting rainfalls. It is because they want that we don't have any crops anymore, so we don't have drinking water. So we will lose our independence. So the atmospheric events can also trigger these so-called conspiracy theories. So it has also nationalistic relevance because, like in Turkey, like Arabs can be seen also inferior to Turks. So when these clouds go to like Middle Eastern countries, Turkey loses its superiority. Maybe can Cem also add something, but that's
I can talk about important import conspiracy theories from foreign countries, and it's a popular thing here. Actually, we have how can I describe that? Called neo-nationalism ideology, especially after the 2000s. This particular ideology was based on conspiracy. They were opposite side from the Erdogan. They were secular, but also they were so xenophobic. And they import all the conspiracy theories from the West, such as New World Order, Great Reset, and conspiracies about CIA. And they connecting, of course, they changing the content, whether they want the direction. But even so, we can see, for example, pandemic conspiracy was really popular. Anti-vaccination is really popular. So they're importing conspiracy theories and they're mixing with the local ones, as I can say that maybe.
It's really interesting, actually, what will happen to those CIA-related conspiracy theories now, since now CIA apparently is underfunded. You would probably say, well, we don't have money for that anymore to do all those malign things. Before Alexander, you had a question, right?
Yes. Yeah, I want to add to something to Anton's question, maybe an answer. I'm also from Turkey about the eating insects issue. I think it's more fundamentally about the Islam religion because
Is it
not about the insects, but Islam religion defines the borders of the consumption of foods between being Muslim or not. For example, it's forbidden to eat pork
okay?
in Islam.
Well, but there is no restriction concerning insects.
I think there is. There is.
There is?
There is. Really? I think. For some sectarians also, even about the sea animals, there's a differentiation between the sects of Islam, sectarian. So insect eating may be a concept or maybe a metaphor for leaving the religion or quitting the religion thing.
Oh, I see.
I guess there's also one more reference to the history, like after, like during the Second World War, Turkey didn't join the war, but like it was affected by the war. So during that time, like Turkish people used to get bread by coupon. So that has a cultural trauma in Turkey. So we will not even eat that bread. Actually refers to these like historical traumas as well.
Yeah.
So with insects, like maybe, I mean, I don't know the specific reason why they say insects, but it literally means we are not eating what we eat, like what we culturally value, like our meats.
Yeah.
It can be our meat, it can be anything. So we will not eat that, but they will make us eat insects, which can also be an anti-vegan argument, but so oriented.
Oh, it's important to understand these, small aspects, because for sort of outside observers, we don't necessarily immediately grasp that there is something behind all those ideas. Just it's not only about insects as it's sort of it's ugly. You don't want probably to eat that, but there is also a different religious, cultural aspect behind this. Alexander.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate your introductory talk to this contribution. I think that in the light of the current events, this kind of softer part of climate action is increasingly important. What I mean by soft and hard part, I'm actually working on that. So we've been fully focused on decarbonization. It's like climate action is decarbonization, period. While first it's not true, and second, of course, it's a shocking and kind of threatening approach. Why it is not true? Because globally, 13% of emissions come from land use. So it's like 1/7. And land use meaning like plowing more land or building more, expanding cities or mining. So it's not about decarbonization. So decarbonization is like a big part. Fossil fuels make a big part of total emissions, but it's not all of it. Now, everything connected to land use is much like protecting land, rewilding land, reforestation is much closer to just to an ordinary person, more understandable, more acceptable, closer to all kind of romantic and conservative ideas that are understandable to people. And it's like a soft part of climate action, which I think should be now fully kind of promoted and supported also by us, intellectuals. So what I'm trying to say is that it's not only about conspiracy theories. Some of these conspiracy theories look increasingly realistic nowadays. But it's not only about like the truth claims, it's also about just the kind of utility value, also kind of value for saving the planet, whatever. I think that's basically that's the future of the area of the whole field, like rebalancing this very shaky and indeed asymmetrical relations between the soft and the hard parts of climate.
Yeah, I agree with that, because in the Turkey's 12 National Development Plan, which was published last year, it mainly focused on green economy, decarbonization, smart cities, which were invisible until a few years ago. So like with the Paris Climate Agreement, like in 2021, there was a drastic policy change. So we were in the policy framework, but these special circumstances status, our national development plans, and hegemony projects, like all these mega projects, became a symbol of AKP. So economic development means more than just the GDP. Like it's more about a vision for AKP, and it's an authoritarian vision. So, and like they kind of inject this ideology, like by creating hegemony in people, because like that's how they created their bases. That's how they delegated resources to people through municipalities and everything. So people learned it by experience. So when we say, okay, we are having a policy shift, some people who are like in Turkey, like the minimum wage is around 300 euro, and half of the country are earning minimum wage, and there's a real cost of living crisis. So with the wildfires, these like agriculture and the access to food become problematic also. So when we combine all of these, like the environmental problems and also the policy shift, we can see a backlash to it. So as just you said, we didn't really rely on the conspiracy theories, like they are the discursive strategies, of course, we look at that. But this framework of environmental nationalism, I guess it's more useful because it both explains AKP's policies, it's like inaction, but also the backlashes. It can be conspiratorial or not. So it's hope we will evaluate it one day and like longer.
Good. We are now approaching a second paper, which will be presented online by, forgive me if I pronounce it correctly, USD Nadal.
Yes.
And welcome to our seminar workshop.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Oh, that was a great pronunciation. So, well, first of all, apologies for not being able to be in Vienna in person. I was really looking forward to attending the workshop in person, but it has been impossible for me. And I thank the organizers for the invitation and also for the flexibility for allowing speakers to present virtually. I'm going to share my slides. You can see my slides, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. So in this presentation, I'm going to be sharing findings from my ongoing research, and I'm sharing preliminary findings on my ongoing research into resistance to climate policy in the UK, specifically resistance to traffic reduction schemes, to climate-driven urban transformation policies. And as you will see, the findings that I will present fit very nicely with the presentation that we just heard on backlash in Turkey, especially the importance of national identity, the importance of conspiracy theories as well, and feelings of being left behind. All of these themes are very much prominent in opposition to climate-driven policies in the UK. And the research that I'm presenting today specifically consists of a qualitative content analysis of posts in 2 social media groups that have been created in recent years to oppose these policies, 2 Facebook groups. Another part of the research consists of interviews with group members, and I have conducted the interviews. I have not yet analyzed the data, so I will not be presenting those findings today, but in the discussion section, I would be very happy to draw on those, let's say, preliminary findings. Some themes have been coming up recurrently in the interviews, and they provide a deeper insight into the motivations, the reasons that are driving the backlash against these policies that we are seeing in the UK, but also in around the world as well. This research comes at a critical moment when opposition to these policies has been intensifying. Public support in the UK, public support for these policies in the UK remains, in general, remains high, but support for many climate initiatives, including low traffic neighborhoods, has been declining over the past couple of years, according to Ipsos polling. And opposition to these policies has played out mainly in two ways. At the institutional level, Reform UK, which is a right-wing populist party led by Nigel Farage, who was one of the leaders of the Brexit movement. Reform UK and then some factions of the Conservative Party have come out strongly against climate policies. Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister before leaving office, famously spoke of a war on motorists that was presumably pushed by the Labour Party. And he announced that he would be slamming the brakes on net zero and taking a more pragmatic approach, emphasizing the burden that these policies, that climate action imposes on low-income households, especially during a cost of living crisis. And alongside institutional opposition, these policies have set a wave of street protests, which have often been driven by conspiracy theories claiming that the policies are part of a broader plot to control the population or even to confine the population to their neighborhoods in climate lockdowns. Like in the previous presentation, there's a lot of overlap between the anti-vax movement and anti-COVID lockdown movements and the anti-net zero movement. So that the anti-vax movement sort of morphed into the anti-net zero movement. And these protests are part of a broader backlash against green policies in many European countries, which started with the Yellow Vest movement in France in 2018 against fuel taxes, but continued all the way to the present. We've seen recent opposition to heat pumps in Germany and protests by farmers in the Netherlands and other countries against environmental regulations. So this project builds on a growing body of research on climate obstruction that examines the coordinated efforts to slow, stop, or reverse climate action. Research in this field has uncovered a global advocacy network behind climate obstruction, known as the Climate Denial Machine or the Climate Change Counter Movement. And research has also identified the main strategies used by these actors, particularly manufacturing uncertainty around climate policy, around climate science, and manufacturing controversy about the science of climate change. However, as the effects of climate change have become more apparent and more hard to deny, and public concern with climate change has intensified, the strategies that are used by the denial machine have also evolved accordingly, and outright climate change denial has been waning, and it has been giving way to other discourses that, instead of denying climate change, focus on attacking the climate movement and opposing specific policies. And by the climate movement, I mean scientists, the media, and politicians and climate advocates as well. And another evolution that we are seeing is to do with the use of social media to disseminate obstruction narratives and misinformation about climate change and climate policies. For instance, we have seen influencers like Jordan Peterson increasingly taking an increasingly active role in opposing these policies and this agenda. And my research builds on this scholarship, focusing specifically on a troubling development, which is the emergence of social media groups that not only spread climate obstruction narratives, but also coordinate direct actions to oppose climate policies. And these direct actions often involve criminal acts of vandalism and also of civil disobedience. These groups represent a new form of grassroots resistance to climate action that combines online mobilization, often involving conspiracy theories and disinformation, with offline disruption. And the aim of my research is to gain a deeper understanding of the discourses and the practices that characterize climate policy resistance in the UK, specifically resistance to climate-driven transport policies and climate-driven urban transformation policies. And to achieve this aim, I addressed this research question: what are the predominant discourses and practices of UK social media groups opposing climate-driven transport policies? Now, there is growing evidence that online echo chambers can contribute to polarization. They can contribute to radicalization, especially by reinforcing political identities and by insulating certain beliefs from criticism, by turning them into sacred beliefs that cannot be questioned within these groups. And this contributes to polarization and to radicalization. So studying these online groups has the potential to give us insight into how initial concerns about specific policies can evolve into broader rejection of climate action and even into support for vandalism and other forms of disruptive direct action. So many citizens turn to these groups with genuine questions about the green transition, and then they are bombarded with disinformation, with conspiracy theories, with extremist rhetoric, which might contribute to creating this oppositional identity and to leading them to support vandalism and disruptive direct action as the only response that is available to them to oppose these policies. For this research, I selected two case studies, two Facebook groups. One is called Action Against Ulysses and Exposing Can and His Lies. It has over 45,000 members. And this group targets mainly the expansion of London's ultra-low emission zone to all the boroughs of London, which has been promoted by the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. And the other group has over 83,000 members, and it has a wider focus. It targets not only the expansion of ULIS in London, but also other initiatives like clean air zones, low traffic neighborhoods, paper mile schemes, and 20-mile-per-hour speed limits. These are two of the largest public Facebook groups in the UK that have emerged in recent years in the UK around opposition to climate policies. As for my methodological approach, I conducted a qualitative content analysis of posts from these two groups over a period of 6 months. The idea is to extend the research. So today I'm presenting just preliminary findings, which probably we will be going back to the coding that we have already conducted. The research involved multimodal analysis, examining text, images, and videos posted by group members. And this includes shared content like news articles and videos, TikTok videos, as long as the content was accessible within the Facebook page and didn't require us clicking through. These groups generated over the 6-month period, generated over 8,000 posts. And to make the analysis manageable, I sampled 100 posts per month, 50 from each group, focusing on the posts with highest engagement. And I took this to be a window into the predominant practices, strategies, and discourses that were used by these groups. The coding was carried out by a coder, and I trained the coder, and we used a sample of posts until we achieved an appropriate level of intercoder reliability. Here's the preliminary coding that I have developed. As you can see, and sorry if the font size is a little small, I coded posts into 3 main categories, each with its own subset of categories. The first includes contrarian claims against climate change, against the climate movement, against climate science and climate policy. The second category includes ideological frameworks that group members draw on to express their opposition, and this fits very well with the previous presentation. And the third category includes actions of dissent that group members engage in to challenge climate policies. And here's the frequency distribution of posts across these categories. And to save time, I won't discuss every percentage in detail. I will just highlight what I think are some of the most significant patterns. And the first pattern worth pointing out is the remarkably low quantity of posts denying climate change. Fewer than 1% of posts that I analyzed deny climate change or its impacts. That's not to say that climate denial is entirely absent, but it is by far the least common contrarian claim. And this echoes findings from climate obstruction literature, which shows that over the past couple of decades, as concern with climate change has grown and climate change has become more undeniable, outright denial has shifted towards attacks on the climate movement and criticism of specific policies. And some of these are more legitimate than others. Attacks on the climate movement, much like in Turkey, typically focus on accusations of hypocrisy and of conspiracy, targeting celebrities and climate advocates, targeting the media, targeting politicians. On the left-hand side, we have a classic accusation of hypocrisy that highlights the gap between the pro-environmental rhetoric of celebrities and their carbon-intensive lifestyles, while ordinary people are forced to use paper straws. And on the right-hand side, and at the bottom, we see typical conspiratorial messages claiming that environmental policies are all about controlling the population in climate lockdowns or to implement digital prisons and confine populations to their neighborhoods. These narratives also came up quite often in the interviews that I have been conducting, where members claim that see these policies as see those who implement these policies as pursuing an ulterior agenda around the control of the population or around taxation and basically pursuing economic concerns, economic interests. When it comes to criticizing climate policies, several arguments come up recurrently in these groups. There is a strong focus on economic impact, and there are many messages with claims that the policies disproportionately hurt working class communities who can't afford to upgrade their cars or pay the new charges. Again, a claim and a discourse that comes up very often in interviews. Members also question why British citizens should bear these costs when the UK's emissions are small compared to countries like China and India. This is a well-known delayed discourse. Whataboutism? What about China? What about India? Why should we be taking the lead if our contribution to global CO2 emissions is very low compared to these high-emitting countries? Another line of criticism focuses on the unfairness of these policies. For instance, the idea that motorists are being unfairly targeted while air travel continues unrestricted. And this ties in with Rishi Sunak's discourse or claim that these policies are a war on motorists. And it allows us to see how there is an interplay between online discourses and elite political rhetoric, and that we can't just study online misinformation as a separate realm insulated from elite political rhetoric, because these discourses don't stay within these echo chambers. They spill over and are then amplified by political leaders. Finally, members emphasize the human cost of these policies, and they describe how these policies disrupt their day-to-day lives and create significant stress for affected residents. Another key finding is the remarkably high number of posts documenting, encouraging, and celebrating property destruction and non-compliance with environmental regulations. This is the most prevalent category overall. 1 in every 4 posts falls into this category, which suggests that criminal resistance has become a central feature of the activities of these groups. These are typical examples of posts in this category. On the top left, there is an image of a cut-down ULEZ camera, a cut-down enforcement camera, which is accompanied by a message thanking the Blade Runners for their efforts. And the Blade Runners are these saboteurs or vigilantes who call themselves the Blade Runners. In some cases, the images or videos are shared by the perpetrators themselves, who are then celebrated by the community as heroes, as patriots, or as freedom fighters, while the cameras themselves are portrayed as symbols of tyranny and control. On the bottom left, there is a map with the location of these cameras, of ULEZ cameras, which is updated in real time by the community, which is then used to coordinate vandalism and to help also drivers avoid detection. On the bottom right, there is a photo of a car showing praise for the Blade Runners, which with its license plates obscured to avoid detection by enforcement cameras. And sliding into analysis, these groups, in these groups, these acts of vandalism and evading detection seem to serve several purposes, and the most obvious one is financial, right? It allows the perpetrators to avoid costs that they see as unaffordable or as unfair. But that's only part of the story. These acts of disobedience and also the way in which they are celebrated also help build a shared identity, a shared oppositional identity that is centered on rejecting policies that the community sees as illegitimate. And this is also one of the beliefs, one of the sacred beliefs. The illegitimacy of these policies and these cameras is one of the beliefs that is treated as sacred, something that cannot be questioned. Also, cutting down the cameras or obscuring number plates can confer status within the group. The Blade Runners who post them seem to be fishing for compliments and supporting and for praise and for recognition. And supporting these acts also strengthens group solidarity. It helps members support one another through challenging times. When it comes to ideological frameworks that the group members draw on to express their opposition to climate policies, the main one is nationalism. And this is typically expressed through national flags and national symbols. One of the most striking and most telling example is posts showing vandalized cameras draped in the English national flag or with the national flag painted over them, which symbolizes the fusion of defiance and patriotism. This imagery suggests that these groups are not just about opposing climate policies, they are engaged in a broader fight against what they see as threats to their national identity and threats to their way of life, a theme that again comes up in interviews very often. In some cases, nationalism within these groups slides into anti-immigrant sentiment, anti-Muslim sentiment, and xenophobia. For instance, there are posts supporting the imprisoned far-right leader Tommy Robinson, and there are posts spreading xenophobic attacks against Sadiq Khan, who is London's first Muslim mayor. It would be wrong to label these groups purely as far-right movements, but they clearly act as platforms for the spread of far-right ideas. And they clearly provide spaces where these extreme views can take hold, that they can gain support, and they can potentially radicalize members who just join these groups with genuine questions about these policies or about the green transition more broadly. And this ties in with the last finding that I want to highlight today, which is the high number of personal attacks directed at Sadiq Khan that use aggression, that use incivility, and dehumanizing rhetoric to undermine his reputation and his legitimacy. In some cases, these personal attacks escalate into what could be seen as calls for violence against Khan. For example, in one post, as you can see, Khan is shown at the center of a target. And in another post, someone suggests starting a collection for a sniper. All of these attacks, needless to say, violate Facebook's community standards, which explicitly ban not only dehumanizing speech, but also speech that or content that incites violence or intimidation. And yet they remain on the platform and they keep gathering likes and laughing emojis. These personal attacks help make sense of some of the recent acts of offline violence against Khan and public authorities that we have seen in the UK, including eggs thrown at Transport for London staff, and even a bullet that was sent to Sadiq Khan in the post. Of course, we should stop short of drawing direct links between media messages and real-world actions, but there is no doubt that the aggressive posts in these groups not only get in the way of healthy debate, but also serve to normalize abuse and to create a climate where abuse feels acceptable and even encouraged. And this climate then sets the stage for tensions to spill over into real-world actions. More broadly, these groups serve to normalize criminal activity in response to climate policies, right? These groups are turning vandalism and noncompliance into routine forms of resistance. And they're creating new challenges for policymakers, for climate communicators, for council workers, who are just doing their best to mitigate climate change and improve air quality. So to conclude, this research has focused on an emerging actor in climate obstruction, social media groups that combine online mobilization with offline direct action to resist climate policies. This research supports findings from climate obstruction research, confirming that climate discourse or climate opposition, climate obstruction is shifting away from outright climate change denial towards attacks on specific policies and attacks on the climate movement, often involving conspiratorial narratives. At the same time, these groups represent a significant escalation in tactics. They engage in forms of resistance rarely seen in traditional climate obstruction, from aggressive personal attacks to systematic vandalism of enforcement infrastructure. Mainstream media has historically acted as a gatekeeper, filtering out xenophobic rhetoric, filtering out misinformation and personal abuse, but these forms of attack now circulate freely and widely across social media alongside misinformation. We have also seen that opposition to climate policies is expressed through nationalist symbolism, sometimes sliding into far-right ideological frameworks. And this reveals how resistance to climate policies has become intertwined with deeper concerns about national identity and cultural change. For many members, climate action represents not just a policy disagreement, but part of a broader threat to their values and to their way of life. This analysis comes at a critical moment of growing backlash against climate policies, particularly traffic reduction and clean air schemes. And the research shows how social media groups contribute to this backlash by undermining the legitimacy of policies and their proponents, while encouraging and normalizing extreme forms of resistance and cultivating political identities centered on defiance and rejection of state authority. So this research, to conclude, reveals how social media is transforming climate policy resistance from conventional opposition into more confrontational forms that present new challenges for the implementation and communication of climate policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Again, I have an immediate question. In your research on these online campaigns, have you ever come across what could be described as astroturfing? So you focused on, or you used the terms like grassroots campaign, but have you noticed any astroturfing, which would be these fake grassroots campaigns? Because when we're talking about, and the third panel will feature a paper by Serge Polakov on manipulations on the social media. So, did you notice any sort of this manipulative aspect of those anti-climate campaigns, maybe even by non-UK stakeholders?
Thank you, Anton. This is really a great question. And manipulative aspect, absolutely, and I'll get to it. Astroturfing to some degree. So let me explain. Some of these groups, not the ones that I have been studying, some of these groups have been created by Conservative Party operatives and by consultants who were involved in the Brexit campaign. And there's investigative reporting showing that 20 or 30 groups were created on the same day. And they all have similar names. Bromley say no to ULIS. Wembley say no to ULIS. Different areas and different neighborhoods saying no to ULIS, which obviously suggests that this is a coordinated campaign. I analyzed this in a book chapter that is coming out soon with De Gruyter. It's a handbook, and we analyze the phenomenon of corporate activism. So basically, lobbyists and the fossil fuel industry and corporations realize that it's much more effective to have grassroots movements voice your agenda than to do that yourself. Your credibility, your trust is at stake if the public might perceive that you are defending your own agenda, right? So, but if grassroots citizens voice that agenda, that can be much more effective. So clearly there is an attempt by the Conservative Party and by its donors, many of them with ties or many of them with vested interests here and part of the fossil fuel industry. It's obvious that they are trying to build a grassroots movement to do their bidding, basically, to oppose these policies and protect their interests. No doubt about it. Now, the groups that I have been studying, they are engaged in vandalism, offline actions. They have been cutting down cameras. Over 1,000 cameras have been vandalized. So this is real grassroots opposition. And I've been doing interviews with real people, and there are genuine concerns that are being mobilized here. These genuine concerns are exploited by these networks. They are exploited by far-right networks driven by ideology. They are exploited by the denial machine, or also driven to some extent by ideology, but also driven by profit, right? And driven by the profit, but by the defense of their vested interests. So there might be also an alignment between some of these concerns and the interests of the fossil fuel industry. But I guess what the short answer to your question would be, there is an interplay between grassroots resistance, genuine grassroots resistance, driven by reasons that we have to understand and address, and an attempt by corporations to exploit, to manipulate these anxieties to protect their own interests.
Thank you, guys. Do you have questions? Stephen, please.
Just a straightforward kind of factual question. I don't know much about these movements, but would you say that the anti-ULEZ movement is driven primarily by objection to climate change, given that as far as I was aware, the ULEZ policy was introduced to reduce pollutants and make the air cleaner. But I also know it happens to have had a extra benefit in reducing carbon emissions, though that wasn't its kind of primary goal. So in objecting to ULEZ, for all the wrong reasons, in my view, nonetheless, is there a direct line between their motivations and resistance to precisely to net zero and climate change?
Thank you for the question. So the motivations are wide-ranging. And part of it is, let's say, climate related, and part of it's not climate related. So I'm using the term climate-driven urban transformation policies, climate-driven traffic reduction policies, because climate change is part of the picture. Reducing CO2 emissions is part of the picture, even if the primary reason might be cleaner air or improving air quality. Now, those who are benefiting from improved air quality tend to be within the city of London, and those who are opposing these policies are oftentimes in outer boroughs, which are not, or at least that's what they claim. And I think they claim that the data supports their claims. I would have to look into it, but their claim is we're not benefiting from clean air. We already live in areas with clean air, so we don't need these policies. Now, if you, based mostly on the interviews that I've been conducting and the research that I've been doing, a key concern here is economic, right? So when I'm doing interviews, the first thing that almost always comes up is these policies hurt working class communities. And if you can afford to drive a non-compliant car, then you don't have to buy a new car, right? Or you can drive into London and increase CO2 emissions and contribute to CO2 emissions if you can afford it, right? So if what their claim is, if the concern was really climate change or cleaner air, why would they allow those who can afford it to drive into London with their high-emitting cars if they can just pay the charge, right? So the unfairness of these policies and the disproportionate burden that they impose on working class communities is a key driver of opposition. Then there's the anti-vax, anti-lockdown pipeline to opposition to climate policies, which basically views them as driven by the attempt to control the population, confine them to their neighborhoods, and so on. And then there are perhaps deeper motivations which have to do with feelings of being left behind, with feelings that the green transition is going to shatter communities, which the green transition is going to kill jobs. And these communities, at least the ones that I've been interviewing, are just afraid that their place in society is threatened by these policies, that they will lose their jobs, but also that they will no longer be able to contribute to society in ways that would make them feel proud. So there's a wide range of motivations here, with climate denial, if you will, being just a tiny portion of it, of a much broader movement.
Thank you. We have an online question, I guess, by our next speaker.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to see you guys with our papers soon. But I have a question that actually ties to what Anton said about astroturfing. I know, Luis, that was not your focus, but I would be very curious to know whether you've also found example of astroturfing in communities that support climate action. Is there any coordinated behaviors and in that regard? And also in our paper that looked at the COP26 and 27 global discussions, we found example of disinformation also in the camp that was supportive of the Green Deal. There was an example coming out through Italy where the map of the Mediterranean with Italy, Greece, a piece of Spain, and was superimposed on the map of the US with the whole Mediterranean. And the claim was scientists say that this is the US in 50 years if we don't do anything. And actually that image was debunked. It was just a guy who wanted to superimpose the Mediterranean on the US to show sizes. You know, how do they compare? How big is the US? And just to clarify, this is not like whataboutism. I'm not trying to say I'm in full support of like climate action and so forth. It's not just to flood the zone and say everybody's the same, but it speaks more to the polarization of the camps. So it's so skewed the debate that there's some, not denialists, but some people might have some criticism that can be listened to. So much so the people on the opposite hand promoting action. But it's so polarized that also it was a very crude image, got a lot of attention, and a lot of people believed it was real. It was claimed this is what scientists found. So if you have any reflection on this, I know it's not your focus, but if you came across something that I would be very interested to hear.
Well, so I hesitate to use the term astroturf. I mean, I use the term corporate activism to highlight the efforts by corporations to mobilize grassroots resistance. There is no doubt about that. But at the same time, my concern is that I discussed some evidence earlier on when I mentioned that there are all these Facebook groups that have been created by Conservative Party operatives, right? So there's no doubt that there's an attempt here. And let me interject. Reform UK, which is the largest right-wing populist party in the UK. I was reading this last night. It receives 40, and donations to the party have spiked over the past few months. Membership has also spiked over the past few months. 40% of donors to the party have links with the fossil fuel industry and have denied climate change or have a very anti-net zero agenda. 40% of donations to the party, right? And Reform UK is clearly behind these groups to some extent. For example, the moderators in the two groups that I have been exploring are constantly posting pro-Reform UK messaging, supporting the party, publicizing party events, calling for members to vote for the party, right? So there's no doubt about it, clear attempt by corporations and by political parties that are, let's say, in bed with these corporations to mobilize resistance. And they know, and this is a strategy that they have been using for decades, they know that resistance is much more effective if it comes from ordinary people. So at the same time, and this comes through in the interviews that I've been conducting, the concerns and the anxieties and the opposition is not only real, but to some extent, as you were mentioning, legitimate, right? There are legitimate concerns here. And in so evaluating let's say, the accuracy of some of the claims that they make is beyond my research. I'm trying to see the world through their eyes, through these interviews and this qualitative research. And when I try to put myself in their position, what I see is a huge and gap between these communities and what they see as the elites, the political elites, the media elites. There's a profound sense of disconnect. And what is also animating this resistance is distrust, right? Institutional distrust, distrust of the media, distrust of politicians. And it is precisely this distrust that has opened a space for the far right to marching, right? For the far right and for the populist right to take this space, right? To fill in this space. But the anxieties are real, and anxieties about the economic impact and also about the job losses and this sense of feeling of being left behind, of the world going in a direction that is simply going in a different direction, and that they are not part of the direction that the world is going, right? So these are legitimate concerns that we have to take into account in our policies and in our communication.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Okay, then we'll thank you very much, Lewis, for your presentation, and now we'll start a different presentation by two co-authors. Am I right?
Yeah, there has been some changes that you will see just now, but yes, it's still two. They're different too.
Yes. Well, the floor is yours.
All right.
Eugenio, right?
Eugenio, yes. Eugenio, here's my colleague Samuel Olariran. So it's not Matti Pohonen. Matti was with us until yesterday. We are in Johannesburg, South Africa, but he had to come back to Finland. Everything is okay. It was just something unplanned, so he's flying right now. But Samuel, Matti, and I have been working together for a very long time, so it's we're talking to the same area. So let me try to share my presentation just now. PowerPoint, share. And what shall I do? Can you guys see it? Let me just launch it, I guess. Yeah. So allow. So you can all see it, I assume.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
So let me start from the beginning. So this research, our interest in misinformation and disinformation dates a long time. And we have dealt with different issues, especially conspiracy theories. And more recently, we have shifted our focus on climate change debates, and not just disinformation, climate change debates in general. And we will spend a little bit of time to reflect on our approach and where our approach comes from, and then delve straight into the climate change debates and the research around COP26 and 27. So Glasgow 21 and Sharm el-Sheikh 2022. So here's just a bit of background information. And the next thing I want to start from something that speaks more to where Africa is positioned in general debates on disinformation, rather than to climate change. So this is a cartoon that was published in 2011, and it's written in Luganda. So it was published in Uganda. And what you will see on the left, I think is our left, probably is also yours, is an MP with a bag with a lot of money and people with mobile phones. And basically what they're saying is, if you give us some of this money, we're going to go and say good things about you on the radio. So this is very much astroturfing. And what is relevant there is it's 2011. So 2011 was the year of the Arab Spring. And up to 2011, up to 2015 and 2016, the focus when it came to use of digital technology, social media in Africa and in other contexts was good governance, promoting accountability and activism. And in 2011, we without this kind of like almost oppressive conceptual framework, looking at one thing but not at the other, it was possible to see that these dynamics, not only in Uganda, were already perceived as relevant by the very group that were being studied by us as academic, a lot of NGOs, as where's the activism? And this is a kind of a cautionary tale about are we doing the opposite now? And actually, are we focusing on misinformation and disinformation too much? And we put ourselves, it's not about the conference in that group, and we should be looking at activism instead. For example, in our data set, which is really large, if we had looked at activism, we would have found so much more data. And actually, when we looked at disinformation and conspiracy theory around COP26 and 27, we found very little. And that's for us is relevant. So let me say a couple of things about our approach. This is a paper that was published, I believe, in 2019. No, it can't be 2019. It was 2021. Sorry. And in this paper, we focused on two different conspiracy theories. One was Bill Gates was trying to put nanoparticles in our body through vaccines, and the other one was 5G is either causing or helping the spread of the COVID-19 virus. And what we did in this case, we started with the expectation and the normative, kind of more mainstream normative approach, saying conspiracy theories are dangerous to more open and public spheres. And then as we started engaging with our data, we found something quite different. And another approach that we try to champion when it's possible, sometimes there's not enough resources, is, and this is in the next slide. So this is South African debate around COVID-19 in 2020. And we tried to look at the overall sets of debates on COVID-19. It was quite easy because there were a number of hashtags that were speaking directly to South Africa and a number of events that sort of made us more confident that we are actually looking at South Africa. And of course, there was a number of like cleaning the data set and so forth. And only once we had the full picture, then we looked into conspiracy theories and misinformation. Because the risk is if we just go straight for it, we will probably, as we saw and as we see in many cases, very interesting findings, very interesting phenomena, worrying in many cases, but then we won't be able to quantify how prevalent is that in the overall set of conversation in social media. And this is just one of the conspiracy theory. Our point is not presenting this paper, but just to say, we try to do a couple of things that are different. One is quantifying. And the other one, and this happened as we engaged more and more with the data, is getting an understanding that different communities do different things with the same conspiracy theory. And I think this is relevant because often we just look at the conspiracy, but we don't look at the people that engage in that conspiracy and their long-term history. So in some cases, when it comes, and we saw one before, there is a very clear goal in using social media to present a particular agenda and doing it in more or less overt ways. In other case, some groups have their own politics and the conspiracy theory comes and intersect their politics, and different communities do different things with them. So again, I don't want to spend too much time on this paper, but what we found in the case of South Africa, both conspiracy theories, but especially the one about Gates, sort of were an opportunity to articulate somehow legitimate contestation towards white saviorism. The fact that there is a tendency of the global north to decide what is good for the global south. And for us, when we engage with that, to say, this is not disinformation, this is kind of a legitimate forms of politics. And I just want to read the tweet in red because this exemplifies it quite well. It's saying Africans are to be vaccinated. Vaccines should come from Cuba or Russia, countries that supported our struggle for liberation, and not for Americans with a nefarious agenda to destroy Africans. So what these users is saying is for me, the struggle against apartheid was really important. The US was supporting of the apartheid government, while China, Russia and Cuba were supporting of the struggle of Mandela and the ANC. So for me users, that politics matters also when I have to make decision about my health, which for me is legitimate, is not something that I would naturally flag as form of disinformation, even if it came along with the Bill Gates hashtags and so forth. And in the case of Nigeria, it was something very different. And we have seen also in the previous papers where a global debate, and in this case, it was about COVID-19 and what to do about it, gets immediately turned into an opportunity to continue local politics against the government, against specific figures with new ammunition. So it turned into like criticism of the president, the choices that he has done, and so forth. And moving to the second paper, when we presented this paper, and I think is relevant in general when we reflect on disinformation in any field, we got a criticism of the kind, well, this is interesting, but it also promotes an anything goes approach. So everything is fine. And we took that criticism somehow seriously and say, sure, we kind of rejected the normativity that is especially problematic for computational social science, where you just look at the hashtag and not at the content. You just pigeonhole people in specific categories and you don't care about what these people are saying. You know, in the previous paper, we saw how important it is to be with the people and say, okay, why are you saying that? You know, some of your claims are legitimate and they should be listened to. You're not just an evil mind trying to mess up with other users. And rather than going back, and this is the second paper, to forms of normativity that were emerging from outside of the context where we were doing research, we engaged in both methodological and conceptual work, trying to understand where can this normativity be found. Is there a normativity that is closer to this individual rather than farther away and is imported or like pushed onto them? And we did it looking at the conspiracy theory that was about the former Nigerian President Buhari. And it was quite funny. And the idea was that Buhari had gone for medical treatment in London and disappeared from the scene for a long time. And then when he came back, people were saying, well, he's too healthy. It can't be him. So the person sitting in his seat is not Buhari. It's a guy that they called Jubril from Sudan. And this guy was brought in, is a puppet that is being used to. And, you know, the paper is published. I won't spend more time on it. But what we did, and we're engaging with work by our colleague Achille Mbembe, is trying to understand, so what is going on here? So if this conspiracy theory is doing something to the political debate, what is it actually doing? And his theory of zombification, this may sound funny name, but it's quite relevant in this case of the public sphere in the post-colony. We found was speaking to this case and possibly also to other cases. So what Achille Mbembe is saying is humor and grotesque have been very important in the political debates. And as our colleague Danny in the room knows, there has been a lot of emphasis of humor as a tool for political contestation, which is important. But then when this humor gets exaggerated, what happens at the end of the day is that both the people advancing in conspiracy theory and those that are being targeted engage in these very grotesque ways to speak to each other in ways that can sound as criticism, but leaves everybody else unable to listen to one another. And everybody else is devoid of their ability to criticize directly. And is a point that is relevant because in a lot of cases, certainly in Nigeria, but Nigeria is not an outlier in this, the proper criticism, the criticism for misspending certain funds or corruption doesn't work anymore. So you have to exaggerate, and this is what conspiracy theories do, but this exaggeration has consequences. So I hope, you know, since we had a bit of time, we thought of spending some time on these as a background. And we find certain dynamics, certain elements of these also in the cases that we'll be discussing. So I guess it's okay. I'm going to pass over to Samuel. Maybe we will just go back and forth, but since we're in the same room, I guess it's quite easy. So over to you, Samuel.
Thank you. So for this particular paper, we are working with a global network of researchers on the Cloud Sea project, which is hosted in the University of Helsinki. And what we have discovered is that this sort of global network of researchers gives us the opportunity to study social media infrastructures, understand the kind of complex global networks of information flow and influencers around the world, people looking at it from different angles. The project also gives us the opportunity to interpret things from different ways, looking at the same data set, but interpreting them in different ways, and also making scientific inquiry more open and accessible to people who are even outside the project. But the fact that we have a project where there are collaborators from other parts of the world makes the whole essence of opening up scientific inquiry. And this is also an opportunity for us in digital humanities to work more with open AI and large language models. And we have tried to present a visualization of the data set that we are working with the other researchers, which we have presented on the right side of the screen. So the data set includes tweets of over 11 million from COP26. And then we have tweets over 7 million from COP27, and we have presented some of our partners on the project. One important point to make here for our presentation is that researchers are able to collect and develop methodological approaches and tools working on the same subject matter, but looking at them from different angles. In line with the GDPR Act, the dataset we are working with is hosted in University of Helsinki's Pukti supercomputer environment, which gives access to everyone without having to export the data to countries outside the EU and ensure that we don't violate those rules. So we all do the analysis of the data set on the same system, looking at it from different angles. Our initial interest was to look at Africa-related climate change disinformation on from COP26 and 27. And the first attempt we made gave us an insight into what we have, that there isn't so much conversation about Africa in the global debates. And first we found from COP27 that there is an attempt to squeeze in the war in Ethiopia, and as such we found Ethiopian war-related conversations using hashtag squatting to pull in conversations from other contexts and bring them into climate change discourses. And then we found official accounts on COP27 in the conversation there centered in the map. There were a lot of African accounts, mostly from climate change activists and climate change influencers who attempt to be doing a lot of coordinated activity around certain topics that are more local, but trying to feed them into global politics. And then there were conversations around loss and damage and then environmental organisms. So in total, we didn't find a lot, like Gino said earlier, about African conversations and climate change disinformation that concerns Africa in the data set. I think the most we found about any of the countries we're studying is 120 tweets. And as such, we decided to, take another approach, drawing inspiration from the previous projects that we have done, to look away from the globalist perspective and see how we can find either climate denialism or climate change disinformation. And then we came up with a number of keywords contextually to see how is climate change disinformation being discussed about Africa in the data set. And we have relied theoretically on the two reports we have on the screen, which have extensively studied COP26 and COP27 as our theoretical framework for the research.
And if I can just add something here, it was quite interesting building on this report and some of the hashtag and some of the keywords that we're suggesting. And we also look for others that through scholarship that was highlighting what was going viral. how a lot of the disinformation around COP26 and COP27 was very much a US of US making. So the vast majority of what was being discussed was rooted into strategic agendas that were being pushed onto the global debates, but were very much rooted into the antagonism existing in the US and then put all over the world. And when it came to Africa, these hashtags like didn't exist. As Samuel said, when we went through these first attempt, there have been different iterations, we could find very little. Or the little that we found was very unrelated. It was forms of like hashtag hopping and or squatting, as we will show before. So the approach had to be different. So it's more like reconceptualizing what can be considered forms of disinformation, but also looking at rooting them in what were the concern of South Africans, Zimbabwean, and Nigerians that engage very little with this, even if when it gets reported, that's 95% of what is being discussed. But its relevance for a specific part of the world that is, as we know, is increasingly like locking itself in or parochializing itself, which might be a good thing, but then in the report it says otherwise. These forms of contestation are presented as global, but they're not global. They are very much rooted in a specific yet very powerful actor in this debate.
And so finding out that things like climate change hoax and climate change is a scam is more of a US-centric way of looking at climate change disinformation. We had to come up with a new set of keywords that help us understand how climate change disinformation appeared in the data set that we are looking at on X. And then running that after multiple times, we found that there is an attempt to localize global politics in the 3 countries, which also fits into the research that we have done previously. And we have tried to summarize some of the findings. One important point is that when the data is sparse, it is often difficult to find as much conversations about a particular topic. And in our attempt to ensure that we get the most out of what we are working with, we decided to apply contextual knowledge and also do some qualitative readings of the tweets for us to be able to interpret the subjects better. So for our preliminary findings in Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Nigeria, one thing that cuts across is, like we said earlier, an attempt, I think mostly in Zimbabwe and Nigeria, an attempt to localize global topics and use them as an opportunity to address certain things that are happening within the country. In Zimbabwe, climate change disinformation was rather channeled to attack the government and describe their attendance of COP26 and 27 as a frivolous travel trip because there are more concerning issues in the country that they feel the government should focus on. In South Africa, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, in South Africa, again, was interesting for us. We didn't go for it, but we saw a dynamic that was similar to what we presented into the previous, the first paper that we showed. It seems that South Africa has been again talked a lot in recent days or recent weeks because of attacks coming from the US. There seems to be we certainly found it in the case of COVID-19, and we're starting to find it even here, a tendency to take these matters as an opportunity to talk about power imbalances, global power imbalances and issues of race. And so differently from, so again, Africa is not a country and different countries do very different things. But it seems that South African users didn't really turn these debates into opportunity to attack at the time it wasn't Ramaphosa, and no, it was Ramaphosa, the Ramaphosa government, or other political figures, but to make a broader claim about how power is racialized. And also, you can see in some cases like Black African were mocked to see like, oh, you're just being puppet of an agenda that is a very white agenda. Why should you believe in this? It's not your thing. And these, again, we should, dig into these more, but it seems to be, and I don't know if down in the room, South Africa, well, we can discuss that, but it seems to be a tendency coming from South Africa, at least in these cases, to take it not very local, neither totally global, but just stick to an agenda that is wider than the country itself.
And in the case of Nigeria, COP26 happened around the time when they were commemorating the unfair killings of the Ogoni Nine, led by Ken Saro-Wiwa, and the tweets were mostly focused on, calling for justice, using the COP26 hashtag to pull it into global, get some global attention to it. There was also criticisms directed at the British government for supporting terrorism in Nigeria, funding Boko Haram, and a lot of the tweets were accusing Boris Johnson. I think one of the tweets even said the country was named by Boris Johnson's girlfriend, which is totally out of context. Then for COP27, that happened at a time when the presidential campaigns were at its peak, and most of the conversations were rather speaking to the plans that the presidential candidates had and how they were, interpreting global politics. So it was more or less an opportunity, like we found in the previous papers, to criticize political campaigns and have a proper assessment of knowledge of global politics from the candidates who were contesting. There was also conversations around the Biafra secessionist group, a group that is, very known for inserting themselves into trending topics locally or internationally to call for attention and some support from the international community. Here we presented a co-occurrence network of an attempt to, force in the COP27 conversations, linking it to the Ethiopian war. And, we just tried to find tweets mentioning Tigray in the entire data set.
You can go for it.
Okay, so our intention here is to see how much we can better account for post-colonial skepticism and criticism of popular criticisms of corruption that are popular in African climate change discussions. These are lines of debates that are very much common in Zimbabwe and Nigeria, because there is always that mistrust in government, and the two users from both countries often find it as an opportunity to raise concerns from the government's performance and, just try to speak to them generally. We also want to use this paper as an opportunity to see how we can develop better methodological frameworks that allow us to combine qualitative and quantitative analysis of data. We have seen how most times focusing on hashtags and how the algorithms promote engagement over quality conversations. But looking qualitatively at the tweets will help us grain out contextual conversations that are coming about climate change disinformation in the countries that we are studying.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eugenia, Samuel. Do we have questions?
I do have a question. Hi, Eugenia. Hi, Samuel. Good to see you. I don't think you can see me, or if you can.
We cannot, but we can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Glad that Wi-Fi worked. People in the room are not aware that of the infrastructural challenges of doing what you do in South Africa. I wanted to go back to this point that you've made a few times of the domestication of global narratives in the context of South Africa, which we've seen, and Nigeria and a few other countries. We've had a discussion earlier on here in the room about how some of the global debates get processed through domestic lenses. We talked about Lebanon and a few other places. But I mean, can you elaborate a bit more on why do you think that these dynamics happen? And it's not all the narratives that get domesticated, right? There's some of them that do and some of them don't. So I was wondering, what is your take on this process and why does it happen sometimes and why does it not happen other times?
Okay, first is the timing of certain events can feed into what is the local concern at that particular time. For COP27, for instance, it happened at the time when the attention locally was more on the presidential election that was just a few months away from that period. So what is trending in the politically becomes the center of attention, and users in those countries have been found to use that as an opportunity to highlight their concerns about local issues. There were certain tweets that analyzed how Tinubu and Peter Obi, for instance, were speaking about climate change issues in the country and using it as a scorecard to sell their candidature to voters, to say, okay, this person has a better understanding of climate change, the other guy doesn't, so please don't vote for him. When there is a global issue happening and there is something else locally that is seen of a higher priority, conversations will always get hijacked, but using those hashtags, which I think is also one of the problems with the social media infrastructure that promotes engagement, and people can easily hijack hashtags and use them to drive home different points.
And if I can make another point, I don't want to do academic bashing, but I think as academic we have a problem with that. So and it speaks back to the flip from ICT's digital technology for activism, and then the flip in 2015, 2016 for all this disinformation. So I think when we study this phenomena, we come here with expectation because we engage, we understand. Oftentimes we side with greater climate action. That this global movement actually exists, and it doesn't. And it exists within certain very tightly knit networks that are able to communicate between Italy and Nigeria and the US and so forth. But if we think of the practicalities of the human beings in the street, and we saw in the previous paper, people who are concerned about their future and do engage on the regular, it's also about agenda setting. Their agenda has been, before COP26 or COP27, has been about this scandal that happened to this particular person. And then all of a sudden COP26 comes and we expect that people will engage in it. They won't. And I think it's unreasonable to think that they would. And because that community doesn't exist. There was a long time ago when there was a very powerful international socialist where workers were more connected among one another beyond nation. But this is it seems like a very remote past, and I think we have to be aware of that. And I think I congratulate studies that try to research these from the bottom up rather than coming with powerful expectation were absolutely legitimate, and but that are if we reflect on it, are unlikely to find wider buy-in into a community. For example, last point, in South Africa we will have the G20 this year, and there is a lot of expectation. So you can say people of South Africa will engage with it because it has been on that. So maybe we might expect, in Brazil, when COP, whatever, I can't remember the name, is going to be there, probably Brazilian communities will talk about it more. But expecting the same kind of response from South Africans when South Africa is not hosting, again, I think is unreasonable. And by the way, most of the debates so far about the G20 have been the portals in Johannesburg, not about their global agenda. And I think if you go to the street, a lot of people would know about portals, but very few people will have any sense of what is going to be discussed. And we are hosting the summit.
Yeah, just to make one additional point, I think while some people will consider that to be some form of climate denialism, we should not miss out on the fact that some of these issues around climate change are not even understood in these countries. Some people have zero clue about what is being discussed. They just know climate change as some concepts that are coming from the UN or from the US. So the way they engage with it, also when it comes to the hands of either climate change activists or paid influencers, it's an opportunity for them to rake in as much money as they can from engagement, but then they use the hashtag as a way to force such local topics into conversations that are going on globally.
Thank you. Any other questions? I will ask you the same question that I posed to Luis, whether you identified maybe manipulation from outside of Africa, trying, of forces of political actors, international actors, trying to plant their own agendas by somehow linking or connecting with some African issues. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah, marginally, I would say. I think particularly in the case of Nigeria and Zimbabwe, we found examples of local influencers who appear to be working with some foreign actors to control the narrative around COP26 and COP27 as at the time it was happening. Because when we looked at the history of those accounts, and the kind of the themes around what they have been discussing before the climate change event, we didn't see a direct correlation with their newfound ideologies and belief in climate change. So there is, we will look more into it, but we have seen signs of some foreign influence foreign actors working with domestic influencers to shape narratives internally.
And we were chatting actually with Samuel just before we joined the panel. And there are other examples of coordinating authentic behavior, but again, they speak to the local politics. So we saw in the case of Zimbabwe, it seems we're still looking into it. It seems like, oh, shall we look more into it? Is this like, so the kind of bashing of Mnangagwa, the Zimbabwean president, for spending a lot of money, bringing like 50 people and to Glasgow and just on the shopping spree. That's add elements of possibly we will have to look more into it of coordinating and authentic behavior. So it's not an external actor that gets into that space and trying to mobilize it, and is existing actors that are sock puppet of paid trolls that activate themselves. But this is a local dynamic, so it's certainly coordinated. It's certainly attacking a specific target, but is still very much local. It's not an international one. But again, it's something we need to dig more into.
I see. Thank you. Ilya.
Hi, guys. My name is Ilya. Thank you so much for your paper. And when you were presenting, I also checked a couple of articles that you've mentioned. Excellent job. So I'm working on Russia, and a lot of the stuff that you've been talking about, zombies and zombification, we come across that in the Russian context, in the post-socialist context. So the whole idea that zombification is / brainwashing / stripping off agency, manipulation. And then when I did my research with regard to COVID-19 and online communities on Telegram, on Russian Telegram, trying to figure out what is the potential of actually responding to the government's policies with regard to QR codes, with regard to other things, and in that context also climate change policies. So what I'm wondering, from looking from the post-socialist angle to what's happening in South Africa and Africa in general, I'm interested. So how would you assess what is the percentage of people who are part of these online communities or who are sharing actively involved in that, to what extent would you assess their ability to actually shape like physical policies, kind of practically take part in the events in the physical world, kind of join various I don't know, rallies, as we've seen in the previous presentation, do some harm, you know, to the infrastructure anyway. So these kinds of things. What is the chance of this online energy going to the physical world? So that would probably be my question.
I would say it's a small chance. Let's look at it in this format. Quantitatively, we are looking at tweets, over 11 million tweets from COP 26, and then over 7 million from COP 27. But in all the countries, we haven't found up to 15,000 tweets on climate change disinformation from any of the events. So that tells you that it's a small community that tries to shape narratives online. And it also explains why we have not had that kind of impactful protest in any country about climate change, because what happens online oftentimes does not directly feed into what happens online does not directly feed into what happens offline. The realities on ground and what happens in digital spaces oftentimes in Africa are not in sync. So the chances, I would say, they are very low. We could have situations where government, through efforts of information suppression, tries to force influencers to promote certain agenda that can, you know, feed into policy formulation at the top level. But those having protests like we see in Europe, the chances are very small in our own context.
And if I can add another element, I think the post-socialist angle is an interesting one. And is about also the, you know, it speaks directly to the idea of zombification. And I think zombification is relevant in many places, definitely relevant in the US right now. So it's not just an African concept. And the problem, and Samuel said very little, I will say zero, their possibility to influence policy, because it's tied to the very idea of zombification. So in a lot of countries, and I think South Africa is doing better than Nigeria in that regard. In a lot of countries, the direct way to influence policy through well argued and well structured forms of presenting an alternative doesn't exist. You know, if you hit a politician for corruption, the answer is like, okay, of course everybody's corrupt. Who cares? You know, if you hit Mangawa and saying, you know, the Zimbabwean president, you took too many people, that's just gonna, brush off. So in a way to attract attention, you need to exaggerate, and that exaggeration might get attention, but has no policy implication in it. And the problem with the zombification is it affects both people promoting a different agenda, so, activists of some form, but also those in power. So what happened at the end is that you are just left with the seat. The person who sits in that space because of these exaggerated forms of criticism has no more legitimacy. He can have some legitimacy in his home province or where he comes from because of ethnic reason, because people are attached to that. But so the person there, and I don't know if that can apply to Putin. I don't know. I never studied Russia. So the seat is incredibly powerful, but the person in the seat doesn't matter. And is the seat and what has been that seat has been able to do that matters. And so in that space, when of course there are other possible conversations, they're not the only conversation, but when that is the kind of debate, everybody is lost any legitimacy, those criticizing and those being criticized. And again, it's not that zombification can be used for all the phenomena, but in some cases, I think it sharpen your mind, because this is one of those cases, and not others might not be.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? So thank you very much for your paper, for your presentation. Really interesting. You can stay with us, but we will have a pause right now. We will continue after dinner. But thank you again.
We can't join you for lunch, unfortunately, but thank you for including us.
For entire panel. a bit of housekeeping, Akos.
Yeah, I actually sent an email to all of you about the logistics that is supposed to happen now. We actually concluded a little bit sooner, which means that we have a little bit more time as well. But I suppose for the lunch we should meet downstairs at the entrance in like 10 minutes, so like 1:50. So like we can smoothly get there and back in the end as well, which is even more important. So we can start on time, but otherwise, everything.
We reconvene at.
Yeah, I mean that's my proposal to just meet downstairs in 10 minutes, and then just go there together. But I will also send the address if someone would join us just a bit later. Then we can.
All right. Good.
I have a question. Can we leave our laptops here while we go to lunch?
I would say it's pretty safe, but maybe a laptop I wouldn't just leave in this very room.
It's open
downstairs in the office.
Yeah, we have an office on the first floor where we can actually lock it for you. So that's an option.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay.
So we meet 5:02, right?
So then maybe come with me because kind of.
Нет, нет, нет.
It's only yours. I don't
Да.
Yeah, because